desert. You have a sensitive areas, we need a permission from Ministry of Home Affairs, Defense. Things are easier now, and that time they were not. So we felt the need to come out of the main association and be together and come forward with the problems of difficulties. Purpose of forming the association and way back 30 years was to solve the problems of the industry. That was the main situation in terms. And so we decided, 7 of us met together, and I'm very happy that two of my colleagues at that time are here. Myself, I took the responsibility of president. We have Ajit Bajaj. Ajit is sitting here. He was our founding members. Rani Puri, she's also here. She's also founding member. And then we have 4 more members who are still, in a sense that they're not here, but they have huge contribution to the growth of the association. Interestingly, I must tell you that initial name was Adventure Tour Operator Association, because we couldn't get off India, because to get it off India word, you need minimum of 17 people to sign the paper. And I could only get 7, and they all were, so with 7 in the sense from states of Delhi and Jammu and Kashmir and few other places. We need 17 members and 7 states. So we started with something, but fortunately in the course of time we managed to get 17 people and different states, and we became an Adventure Tour Operator Association of India. I had a presentation made giving you information, highlights, but let me explain to you that the huge contribution of some of our members who have participated in it. Association has grown. Initially, when we started the association, our purpose, as I mentioned you, was primarily to networking with the government, with the Ministry of Home Affairs, Defense, Tourism, and so on and so forth. But fortunately, for us, the Ministry of Tourism came to big way, big help, super help to us. They helped us, they listened to us, whatever we wanted to tell them, they said yes, 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 and yes. For example, to give you an idea, there was no system of recognition of the adventure tour operator. I went and fought with the government. I said, no, you have to give us a separate category of adventure tour operators, because it's a very sensitive item. You can't, everybody cannot be adventure tour operator. Unless you have a license, you have a basic information. So they agreed to us. A new category was created, adventure tour operators. And then the problem was that I have to surrender the tour operator recognition. They agreed, no, I can have 2 recognitions. My company had 2 recognitions, adventure tour operators and tour operators. So this is everybody, most of us have got this. So this is one very important support which we got from Ministry of Tourism. Another support we got from Ministry of Tourism was primarily, whenever we went to them, for example, opening of peaks, or the biggest support they gave to us, I'm talking of ancient times. You know, in order for any foreigner to come to India for a climbing expedition, he did a mountaineering X visa. And that took us 3 months to 6 months. We went to them and said, why you want all this? When you have a liaison officer, this. So finally, with the support of the Ministry of Tourism, Indian Mountaineering Foundation, we got a X visa was scrapped. Anybody as a tourist visa can come and climb in mountains. You open mountains, 200 plus mountains are open. Then we became a little more ambitious. We went to the government and said, no, why are you opening only 100 odd mountains? Let's open more mountains. And we managed to get almost 465, 700 mountains open for anybody to come in with a tourist visa and climb. So this is another achievement we got. I also must tell you that my whole focus of being a mountaineer and being a sports person and I pushed most of the things for trekking, climbing expeditions, so forth, and we managed to got huge support from Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of... Latest support was satellite phones. We needed sat phones because foreigners cannot come and climb. Nobody will come over for climbing expeditions or go to desert, remote areas without sat phones. So again, Ministry of Tourism came forward and said, yes, we'll give you, support you. In fact, to the tune, they agreed that they will buy about 100 sat phones and give it us on rent. But fortunately, the Ministry of Communication agreed to give us sat phones directly to us, so we bought it. And so this is some of the things. Ministry of Tourism, for example, great support to us. I also would like to share with you that some of my other colleagues sitting here, Sanjay Basu, who would have played a very significant role in the initial growth of the association, being a senior vice president, we had with us Vinayak Kaul, he's here. He also played a very significant role, young man, a young person. Let me come to another one. I was invited by the Secretary of Tourism, Government of India, in a meeting which nothing to do with us. And they used to invite us for all the meetings. And one of the meetings they said, adopt a site, heritage site. So people asked, they wanted to adopt Red Fort, Taj Mahal, and so forth. I said, madam, hold on. For us, the heritage site is trails. And she agreed, and we adopted 2 trails. Stock Kangri in the Ladakh region, and source of Ganges trek in the Himalayas. And I'm very happy to tell you, the source of Ganges trek was adopted by us. Rani Puri took the responsibility of looking after it. I think we believe that it is our responsibility to clean the trails and stuff like this. And Vinayak Kaul agreed to Stock Kangri, which unfortunately is now closed because of the ecological reasons. Another good thing happened in the association was that suppose Akshay, his photograph is not here, but he was there before. Akshay's contribution was great. We focused on getting inbound business. He responsible, of course, Tejbir Anand also was responsible for that. And we did marketing of foreign tourists to India. And we had road shows overseas, different countries around the world. And we're very successful in bringing many foreign tourists to this country. I think huge contribution goes to him. Then another very important thing which we did in the last, it's not in the same way, but it just happened that we had 4 workshops for 4 pillars, and then Tejbir Anand and Ajit Bajaj. Ajit Bajaj, I think, is a huge, of course, he's working very hard on many other aspects, but one of the most important things which we did, association did, was safety guidelines. We brought safety guidelines in 2008, 2012, 17, and recently safety guidelines we brought. You know, interesting part is that Government of India cannot put, I was told, that you can say, can't force the state governments to make rules, regulation for conducting a trek or expedition. So I said, okay, what do we do? So we'd make safety guidelines. We call them guidelines now, safety guidelines. And we went to all the state governments and told them, please adopt them. I'm very happy that our safety guidelines, initiated to start with Tejbir and then, of course, give a final touch by Ajit, were adopted by many state governments as a part of their promoting adventure tourism. This is, I think, a huge contribution we had on the safety guidelines. We also, time is so small that I can't even tell you everything. There's a huge history of 30-year history. They want me to speak in 5 minutes. So don't laugh at me, huh? So she's giving a smile at me. But I'll try, take a few more minutes. We had, with our request to the government, we have been taking so much support from Ministry of Tourism, I can't explain to you. So thank you very much, Rakesh is here, for giving us the support to us and our friends from Mr. over here. We went and told them to promote Himalayas, to promote adventure tourism. So 2018 was year of celebrating the India Adventure Year. In 2018, it was declared as a year of Indian adventure, and we were very happy we could contribute it. We went overseas. What we did was, we had 2018, we had a ATA in Bhopal, which we brought the International Association of Adventure Tour Operators. Then we did 2019, Pata Adventure Travel Mart in Rishikesh. We have been very active. One of the associations whose strength is activity. Youngsters are coming in, young people are coming with a lot of passion, you can see, and they are very, very keen to do it. And I think we did a good job in doing this. And I must say that, Ajit, you do one favor to us. Please tell the government to do year of 2024 should be year of Indian Adventure Year, Indian Himalayas, something like this. We must focus on 24 next year as our year of, as best is called Indian Adventure, because I think we need to promote all the aspects of adventure, including sea, air, water, whatever, and of course, land-based. So these are some of these things we have. She's already showed me how to close. I can tell you one thing, as a father of adventure tourism, as a father of this association, I feel very proud and very happy today to be present here and see the youngsters joining it. All youngsters are joining in. I think instead of gray hair, we need in this association proper young people with blood information. And I urge you, one more thing I want to tell you, one thing is very important. COVID taught me one lesson which I want to share with you. Please don't forget to ask. Don't feel shy sitting on your chair. You are an adventurer. You be adventurous. Ask everyone, exchange your cards, and tell them, hey, come and give me business. As a mountaineer, I know I cannot climb the summit alone. I have to have the help of my colleagues who are members of things. Similarly, if you want to succeed in your business, my friends, learn from me, ask. Ask everyone, each one sitting next to you, please give me business. Exchange your card. Tell them, hey, come. I hardly get any card from any of your information from you, but I could give you business. Similarly, you could give me business if I could exchange business. So it is time. And the finally, last thing I want to say, please don't compete. None of you are my competitors. I promise you. I am myself one competitor. We have to cooperate. Cooperation is the answer. Please cooperate with each other. The association, please understand one thing. We're the only association in the last 30 years no election. We literally have no election. So far there's no election, neither for the president nor the executive committee in anything. So I think, but there's reason. We're together. There's no other reason. We all want to become group. Everybody's working hard. See, all these youngsters are working so hard for your association to make you comfortable. I think it's a great achievement. And with this word, I close to tell you the association has a huge future. You are responsible. And please don't ask the president what is for me. Tell him what you can do for him, what you can do for the association. It is very crucial. When you leave this room, think, how could you contribute to the growth of the association? The association needs growth, and you can each one of you can contribute. Some of the other you can contribute in positive way, and I hope and I pray. Thank you very much. In fact, I had a 6-piece speech, but they told me you speak only quickly, and I was to speak at 4:45 in the afternoon, but they said, no, you must speak. You must create the new atmosphere in the association, in this hall today, to tell them, let's work together. Great, thank you. In fact, I was waiting for this to stay so I can get a small goodie gift.
Your wish and our command. Thank you so much, sir, for letting us know all the insights through your talk. And now would request Mr. Ajit to kindly felicitate us, sir. Sorry? Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to the next, we have presentation for preserving the USB. So, Ajit, you will take over, right, first? Okay. We have Ajit right over here, and he's going to talk about the leading way with a carbon negative event, ATOAI, and this is the best example. This convention, as we are carbon neutral, as we all know, and the ATOAI team has very thoughtfully thought about every smallest thing, right from the card, which is going to take the batch home, plant it, take the photograph of that sapling, and we wish to showcase those saplings right on the screen when we meet you all in Arunachal Pradesh. So don't throw away that. Do that, please. And there was an idea of Mr. Roni to bring the sapling, but if it's that inconvenient, we will at least request that take the photograph of that sapling, and we shall showcase all of them with your beautiful smiling faces holding those saplings back in Arunachal Pradesh. So please help me welcome our very loving president, ATOAI, Ajit. Thank you.
Good morning. You know, I just want to begin the day by sharing a great thought with you. We had requested our Ministry of Tourism to do an event for us where we got all state governments and we did a session together on responsible adventure tourism. And I want to begin the morning by thanking Mr. Verma, Mr. Rakesh Verma. And honestly, I say this with a lot of pride that, you know, the amount of work that goes into it. A week back at midnight, I got the final agenda sent to me by Mr. Verma about the entire plan. So this is our government that is actually burning the midnight oil for us, adventure tour operators. So a huge thank you and a round of applause for all the great work that you're doing for us, sir. Most grateful to you. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. So, as adventure tour operators, we do get to see the effects of global warming and climate change firsthand. I'd like to recount a little story as we begin. A few years back on an expedition to the North Pole, we got to see polar bears, a mother and two cubs. So they were doing a bit of seal hunting. And while these polar bears, they look very cute and cuddly, as you know, they can be very, very aggressive. And one of our team members actually had what they call bear bangers. So it's like what they call a Gandhi banduk, non-violent. It makes it doesn't harm the bears. But we came back and we did a bit of research and we found out that this was the northernmost polar bear sighting ever. We were just about 40 miles south of the geographical North Pole when we saw that polar bear. So as you all know, over the last couple of decades, our planet, this blue marble of ours, the only planet, as far as we know, that sustains life, is a planet in peril. We human beings are spewing 37.5 gigatons of carbon emissions into the atmosphere every year. So a gigaton has 12 zeros, right? And as a result, our planet has warmed by 1.5 degrees Celsius in the last 2 decades. So the permanent, not just the permanent polar ice caps, but a lot of my colleagues in the adventure trade tell me that when they go out, they see that glaciers have receded, weather patterns are changing. And I think all of us as adventure tour operators, the great outdoors, Mother Nature, that is our office. And I think we have to lead the charge for the country and be a force for good as far as preserving our natural heritage is concerned, and as far as being responsible tour operators, not just adventure tour operators. So the Ministry of Tourism has a program, Travel for Life. I think all of us should adopt it in letter and spirit. We should all take the pledge, but not just that. Like I mentioned, the outdoors is our office. That's as adventure operators, I think we are in this profession because we are passionate about what we do. So I think all of us have to be honorary wardens for the great outdoors. You know that old rule, take only photos, leave only footprints. I think we have to do a lot more. We have to leave our wilderness areas cleaner than we find them. And we have to be honorary wardens and ensure that while as adventure operators, we set a good example, but we also ensure the days of keeping quiet are over now. We ensure that as adventure tour operators, responsible operators, we politely but firmly ensure that nobody in any way harms or leaves our great outdoors in a condition that we are not very proud of. So as you know, there were the 3 R's of environmental preservation: recycle, reuse, reduce. But it's changed now. This is ever changing. But now there are 6 R's, right? So there is refuse. So you go into a supermarket and they give you a single-use plastic bag. We have to refuse. The 5th R is repair, right? So let's not throw things away, let's repair. But again, it's the 6th R that is critical, which is rethink. We human beings really need to rethink the way we are living life on this beautiful planet. I think we are very proud as Adventure Tour Operators Association of India. We partnered with our Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, at the International Travel Mart in Meghalaya last month, and we made it a carbon negative event, right? So once again, this convention of ours is a carbon neutral event. Now, we were a little worried. We know Mr. Rakesh Verma, our additional secretary. He's from IIT Delhi, right? So now, to do all these calculations, we needed somebody really, really good. So we got in a colleague from IIT Mumbai to do all the calculations. And I'm very proud to introduce to all of you Jaideep Bansal from Global Himalayan Expeditions. And so our mission really was together to host ATOAI's first carbon neutral convention. And really, our vision is to inspire not just the adventure tourism community, but the entire travel and tourism fraternity of the country at large, that this is the way to go. This is the way of the future. And to tell you a little bit more about how we went about it, I'm going to request Jaideep to take it on. But I'd like to just close with one little thought. Our natural heritage is a baton, not for us to wantonly destroy, but something we hold in trust for our future generations. And as Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, let us, all of us, lead the charge on this in letter and spirit. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning, everyone. And over the next 5 minutes, we are going to make all of you carbon experts. Are you in it? Great. So as Ajit sir already pointed out, the mission and vision behind why we wanted to do what we wanted to do. So that is the first step, having the right intent. If you don't have the intent, then there is no point doing any of this. But if you have the intent, if you need to make things happen, and if you want to ensure that we leave behind a planet that is sustainable for our future generations, then you're all in the right room, in the right place. So how did we go about it? For anything to be quantified, we first have to measure it. So we had a trip a couple of weeks back. So the entire team came here. We did the baseline observation. How does the tent city consume resources? What is the average consumption of resources, whether it's electricity, food waste, biodegradable waste? What are the sources of emissions there? How much diesel is being consumed? What is the energy being consumed on? So we did all that mapping, and it was also important to set the boundary. For us, the boundary was the Tent City 2 campus, because this is where 90% of the attendees are staying, and this is where the event was happening. So defining the boundary was very critical to ensure that we come out with the right calculations. And so these are, of course, some of the jargons. If you are interested, the report in detail is also available. You can mail to ATOAI, and we will send you the report as well. So these are just some of the parameters that were mapped out in terms of all the details. The methodology I have already explained to you, confirmation of event boundaries, doing the baselining, achieving the final reduction. So idea is, first you reduce whatever you can. Whatever we can't reduce or whatever is unavoidable, we offset those emissions. So those were the two broad approaches that were followed in the overall scheme of things. Now let's look at some of the impact numbers at a glance as what changed. And before I do that, first of all, I would like to first thank all of you, all the attendees who have been so much in partnership with this whole journey. So please give yourself a big round of applause because you made this happen. Whatever numbers you see here is all because you guys made it happen. You were equal partners in ensuring that we are able to ensure and move the needle on sustainability. And so, for example, did any one of you get a printed itinerary? So imagine, on an average, we end up consuming 7 pieces of paper, and if you look at the total attendance, that is more than 2,000 pieces of paper that were eliminated. Was it that difficult? It's easy. Then let's do it in your conventions as you go back, in your events, in your associations. Why don't you implement this? This is a very quick, easy solution, saves a lot of paper, saves a lot of energy of printing that paper. The second thing, have you all noticed your badges? It has been talked about again and again, and let me, for this, give a special thanks to Sejal ma'am, wherever you are. She's there in the white sari. Please give her a big round of applause. She was the one who was responsible along with the team to make this happen. This is a seed paper. You guys can go back and plant it. Also, did you notice your luggage tags? They are also seed paper. So you can go back, plant your seed papers. So instead of having plastic lanyards, plastic badges, this is cotton thread, and these are seed papers. Again, simple things that can change the way you make things happen. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, energy usage. So by doing the conference in winter, by optimizing the use of diesel generators, do you know that the conference room that we are sitting here right now, what do you think it is being powered by? There is a hydro dam nearby, right? So what do you think this is being powered by? Solar? Anyone else? Hydro? This is being powered by diesel, unfortunately. Because there are some issues with the power generation and power transmission to the Camp City, and to ensure that the event runs smoothly and the screens don't go burst because of the fluctuations, this conference hall is being dedicatedly run by 1,000 liters per day diesel engine. Now, is that unavoidable? Absolutely. We can avoid all this. And so for the tent city also, it's a journey. They have started now. It's a journey for them also to transition to clean energy. But these are unavoidable emissions. Could we do anything about it? No, we have to have the conference. And so that's where the offset piece will come in. But a lot of it was optimized. The in-room refrigerators were plugged out. By default, all the ACs that were switched on were switched off. So all that optimization was done versus the baseline. Did you notice plastic? Is there any plastic water bottle? When we came here 1 week back, there was a wedding going on, and trust me, the amount of plastic that was floating around, we were horrified. So it was through that we worked with the tent city, and again, let's give a big round of applause to the Pravik tent city management and their administration that they worked in hand, because again, it's not about just telling things, but it is about doing it. It's about partnership. It is about 1 + 1 becoming 11, and that's where magic happens. And so 15,000 plastic bottles have been eliminated by just transitioning to water bottles and by water dispensers. Next, zero sugar sachets. So when you have been going to the morning tea, have you seen sugar sachets or sugar cubes? Small things. No sort of coffee sachets. No jam packets, no butter chiplets. All of these were there when we came. So again, we worked with the tent management to ensure that transition happens. Look at your tables. Do you see those toffees with plastic, or what do you see? You see glass jars with local snacks. Isn't that a great idea? And so those are simple things that can ensure that you reduce your plastic consumption and you ensure you're moving to a net zero. You have all been noticing, have you been noticing actually, the food waste that is being written every day? Just by writing it down and displaying it to all of you, the food waste consumption has gone down by 46%, just because when you put your plate there or when you pick up the plate, you are able to see, okay, this much food was being wasted. Simple thing, it creates a nudge for people, it creates a hook for people to not waste food. And those are the things that really work well. And again, plastic tea sachets, I think I've covered it all, packaged juices and, butter jam chiplets and everything. Floral waste, I mean, you know, the idea that when the tent city said that any event that happens, we have more than 600 kgs of flower that are being used. We told them nothing doing. We don't need flowers on the table. This was a VIP protocol that could not be removed, and it had to be done. But that's again where we need all of your support as well. Why do we need flowers for VIP protocol? Will this stage look ugly without these flowers? Will anyone notice? Absolutely no. So what does it take to do these simple things that can reduce the waste that we are generating? And finally, now we come to the offset part of it. So what we did was, we did the overall mapping of the event. And for the offset, what we are doing is, with support from Gujarat Tourism, again, let's give them a big round of applause. 200 saplings will be planted across the area, and the trees will be maintained by the Forest Department. So thank you so much, Gujarat Tourism and the Forest Department. And then also, we have purchased verified carbon credits from a project in Maharashtra, and I'll come to that in a bit. So overall, we did the entire mapping for the ATOAI carbon footprint, went into the details as drilled down as which flight, from which source, is it coming direct, is it coming via Delhi? When it comes via Delhi, there is larger carbon emissions. So drilling down into the mapping of the flights, the transports, how many vehicles, how many Innovas, Cristas, taxis, Desires, how many of those vehicles have gone, how many buses. So all that mapping was done, and here is the overall sort of footprint. It comes down to roughly 109.48 tons of carbon dioxide, which is being emitted by all of us being here, coming from our homes. We also went down to some approximation in terms of, when you guys reach your homes, you'll also take a taxi to go back to your home. So we did all those calculations end to end, from your home to the city and back to your home. So all those calculations were factored in, plus minus error of 5%. This is the overall number, 109 tons. And to ensure that we are a carbon neutral event, we have purchased verified carbon credits, 150 tons, from a biogas project in Maharashtra, which is being run by Mahindra. Through that purchase of the credits, it will ensure the maintenance and upkeep of the project, which is basically using the food waste in local communities in Maharashtra and converting it into biogas. So that's the project that is being funded. Unfortunately, we could not find a very good project in Gujarat through which we could purchase the carbon credits. So we took the best which was nearby, so that we are at least impacting the local ecosystem. So that's the overall journey. And I think big hand, let's give a big round of applause to the entire ATOAI leadership, Ajit Bajaj sir and everyone, for believing in this, for ensuring that the event is carbon neutral, and for leading the way for the tourism fraternity to ensure things happen. So did you guys all love the way the conference has been done and the sustainability aspects that have been taken into picture? Can we have a big round of applause? And again, one last round of applause for all of you guys, because you guys are the one that have made this happen and have made it a carbon neutral event. Just last words by Ajit sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I think the important thing now is for all of us to spread the message. What we are going to do is request both Jaideep and Paras to share their presentation with us and a broad overview of what we did. And we're going to share it with the entire team, the Adventure Tour Operators team. We're going to share it with the Faith team. We're also going to pass on this message to all the states that are here. And we are even going to request our Ministry of Tourism, perhaps, if we can spread the message to the entire country through all the state tourism departments, so much so that all events that we organize, we are mindful of our inset, and we are able to also make our events carbon neutral or carbon negative, as the case may be. Yeah? So thank you very much for all your support in making this happen. But please remember to go back and spread the word. Thank you.
Jaideep, can you come up? We would like to present a wonderful shawl to you. And we shall thank ATOAI for taking such small but very significant steps so that we can care for, we can nurture our Mother Earth for the coming generations. Thank you, ATOAI, for taking all the pains, indeed worth each one of them. And thank you, Ajit, and thank you, Jaideep. Yeah. I will request Mrs. Sejal Tucker to kindly step on the dais. They are really after every smallest thing, so thoughtfully done. Thank you, madam, for all the best choices that you could put in a bunch and present for ATOAI. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ajit. Now we move towards the next part of the day, which is preserving the USP while managing risk. And for the same, would like to call on stage Mr. Shekhar Babu and Mr. Shantanu Pandit from ATOAI. Please extend a very warm welcome to both of them. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. While they set up the presentation, I thought let me begin with a few thoughts. So, thanks for having me here, ATOAI. It is wonderful to be a part of this. Dear dignitaries, dear ATOI members, and my dear fellow adventurers. I always wonder how does one start this kind of a talk, and I think the previous two gentlemen have provided a great cue for me. Let us start with the sixth R that Ajit mentioned, which is rethink. And one of the backgrounds that I have is I do OBT programs, the outbound training programs, outdoor management development programs. और उसमें उसका जो crux है, that crux requires for us to look at data, that is the here and now, and reflect upon it. So maybe I start on a slightly strong note, but one of the things that Jaideep presented was commitment to sustainability. And yesterday, when we had those breakaway sessions, data for us to reflect upon. The two tables that had least or no discussions were L&T and sustainability. Folks, we need to rethink. The topic definitely includes preserving the USP. So abhi टके की बात हो रही है, business. And how we conduct business becomes really, really important in the light of many things that have been discussed since yesterday. So I thought, let me start with that. Thanks, Ajit and Jaideep, for providing the cue. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. How does this work?
So it's all connected.
And I point where?
Yeah, you can point here, or you can point here.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, a very tiny bit about myself, just to provide the context of where I'm coming from as I go through the presentation. So I've done a bit of peak climbing. I come from Maharashtra, so a lot of wandering around in the Sahyadri. Then I moved into adventure tourism. Then outdoor education kind of bit me. And so I've been working in the field of outdoor education in various formats. Extended formats of 1 month outdoor leadership courses, to outbound training programs, children, youth, university students. More importantly, and I think pertinent to today's discussion, is the fact that through all this, I have always been involved in voluntary work, helping clubs, and I myself am a part of clubs. Uh, One thing led to the other, and many of us in Mumbai, Pune, and surrounding areas, we got involved in the state of Maharashtra in liaising with the state government when it came out with a GR on adventure programs. So that is a bit about myself. Um, we all manage risk. Every business has risks. There are some risks that are very specific to adventure tourism. Now, the whole issue is why speak about risk management at all? My take on this quote is this, that we need to be deliberate about risk management when we approach adventure tourism as a business. And what does that mean? I think my take on that is we need to think much more than what we are doing. We need to actually approach risk management with a design mentality. We need to design things strategically so that it integrates with business processes and it manifests in every step we take as we, as we conduct our business. And the purpose, obviously, is safety. So let us look at that as we move along. So going by Gary Cohn's quote, why or when does my business become risky? So obviously, customer satisfaction starts going down. Critical incidents, no-brainer. We don't want critical incidents. Before the business actually comes to survival, I think what happens is we struggle with keeping costs down. We struggle with retaining customers. We struggle with retaining good staff, so on and so forth. So given where our industry is headed, and yesterday a lot of figures were shared, a lot of visions were shared in terms of where is it that we are headed. Abhi ye jo sara scenario hai, where do I stand and where do I go? How do I actually flourish? Keeping in mind things like carbon negative, there are so many messages. So I'm going to step forward and share a few thoughts. So this presentation is about understanding a bit about risk management. I'll try to give a slightly broader picture the way I understand it. Then we'll look at how the opportunities of growth can be connected to action points for all of us. So when we speak of risk management, we are looking at safety of people, which is both physical as well as emotional. So what that means is, typically a conversation on risk management happens when people speak of fatalities. But before that, there is joy at stake, the quality of experience that customers, go back with. And I am going to speak a bit about that customer experience a bit later. Environment, in a country like India, we cannot compartmentalize a natural environment. It is always socio-ecological. And the cultural component comes in the form of this fabulous reservoir or fabulous presence of monuments and relics throughout India. Resources, especially equipment, if my equipment is in top condition, I'm happy in the outdoors. And obviously, the business needs to not only be sustainable, but financially attractive for me to persist with everything that is being demanded of me. Very briefly, there are factors outside in the outdoors. There are windy conditions, weather, moving water, altitude, so on and so forth. The thing is, when I bring my functioning, my judgment in touch with these things, the risk potential arises. Now, my whole area of risk management is to be in that zone and manage that risk. So 4 approaches suggested by risk management models. You eliminate risk, which is, for instance, I'm a land-based adventure person, so my examples tend to be a bit based on land. So if I am leading a group, I come across a river and I assess that it's too risky and I'm not going to enter the water. I eliminate that risk, and because especially I know that there is a bridge 2 kilometers upstream, and I take the risk of tiring my group of walking 2 and 4 kilometers because that's a manageable risk. Okay, transfer insurance is one method of transferring risk. Subcontracting. So on my land-based adventure tour, I have included a day's river run, and I subcontracted to a rafting company that specializes in rafting, so I'm transferring risk. Uh, One of the biggest things is the undertaking that we ask our guests to sign. That also is a form of transfer, and that's a fantastic document for all of us to study. Hopefully, we'll discuss that in informal settings. Mitigate is something that I actually take control of and bring the risk level to an acceptable level. So that's the last part, that finally it's a great decision to say, I accept this level of risk because I have managed it, I have put in my control measures, and now we are going ahead. So this whole world of risk management has gone through an evolution. Simple linear approaches of cause-consequence have slowly evolved to more and more integrated approaches, and there are maps you can Google. There is something called an axis map, which apparently set off the whole systemic thinking. And today, this model I decided to use because I'm familiar with this. I did a course did by Viristar. Jeff Byerlane holds that course. It's a fascinating course. And what this says is, an incident, if we examine, can no longer be related to just a couple of factors. There are just too many things happening around us that result finally in a critical incident happening. So you have those yellow risk domains, and then you have underlying domains. So, so this is not complicated, but this is complex. We don't have the time to look into all this. I'm just going to take one example to tell you something that I'm really familiar with, and I hope it illustrates how powerful the effects of things that are happening around us can be. And whether we like it or not, whether we understand it or not, these forces affect us in our everyday functioning. And so these are a few glimpses I've written there. This is something, limited knowledge. I came to know so many things, even in the talk that Captain Saab gave in the morning. In the decade 2010 to 2020 and a bit beyond, in Maharashtra what happened was, because of a PIL filed against the state government, a GR came out. It was an 8-hour-long journey in 2021. Finally, the GR with amendments was released. Now, the important thing is, we got together, we created a not-for-profit organization and a fantastic demonstration of partnership, where we actually could dialogue meaningfully with state government authorities, and we're really happy with the output that finally happened. Simultaneously, we all know ATOI and how the guidelines have been accepted, and a lot of initiatives started being undertaken by states, other states. Parallelly, in that same period, we had two bans. There is a societal level of risk tolerance. So concerned citizens brought about these bans by the National Green Tribunal. Just two instances. There are other things that are happening. And on an international level, it was in 2014 that ISO came up with a standard for adventure tourism, 21101. BIS adopted it. Then the first certification against the 21101 happened in that same period, 2021 actually. And the first Indian outdoor education center was successfully accredited against the international standard for experiential education. These are very significant happenings. These are indications of where our world is headed towards. So, so this is the consolidated slide. A lot was packed in just one decade. And the three arrows there, I think we have enough data from yesterday about what has been happening beyond what I have illustrated. So I thought, let me quickly just add to everything that was discussed, that we are talking of $1 trillion economy by 2047. And what is important here is the tourism sector has to be led by the private sector. And the government will play a facilitating role. Now, these are extremely significant things. So what does it all mean? Will we get appropriate guidance? Is there funding involved? Is there training resources involved? So things are happening. For instance, the Tourism and Hospitality Skills Council is coming up with a lot of documents for training centers. So there are manuals for instructors, there are manuals for participants in training courses, and obviously funding should be linked with it, but I think ATOI would know much more about it. But so many things are happening, and it's a very dynamic situation. Through the bans by NGT, through the cases filed, we are now familiar with the consequences of what will happen if we don't get our act together. For me, it's pretty simple. This we have to take cognizance of. Self-regulation is the key, actually, is something that I wanted to strongly stress. But the great thing is multiple stakeholders are taking cognizance of these things, and there are participative processes, which is a fascinating thing. And it provides me at least one avenue where I can step forward and start contributing to this whole thing so that I benefit eventually. Because we know that the whole thing finally comes down to me and the critical incidents that I want to avoid. This is the customer experience that I was speaking of. What we want, so very quickly, one axis says perception of difficulty by my customer and the skill level of that customer. We want our customers forever to stay in the zone of interest and adventure and somewhere slightly touch the peak adventure zone. I'll tell you where the problems begin. We're talking of solid risk management, which has nothing to do with equipment, which has nothing to do with other things. But if my staff is hungry for peak adventure, they will pull the customers with lesser skills into the zone of peak adventure. That is where the problems begin. So my organization needs to be very clear about this. I want my staff forever to remain in the zone of interest and a bit of adventure, possibly never in peak adventure. I want my staff to be comfortable in order to retain control throughout over the group and the situation. Because as yesterday, as someone said, that finally, in our business happens on the field. That's where the delivery happens. So what is the motivation of my staff? What are the interest areas that I create for my staff where they're still happy, not pushing themselves to their limits? So on and so forth. So I think this was fantastic. It's managing customer experience, and these brings in abstract dimensions to the whole thing. I'll try to bring these two factors together. So there is judgment-based safety and procedure-driven safety. So on an individual level, obviously, we're talking of competence, and for confidence to be appropriately based instead of having a false confidence, the organization needs to provide processes where confidence is built up. The support is given by the organization so that judgment, while taking decisions in the field, truly improves. So this is the judgment-based safety. And we look at organizational level input or contribution to maximize safety. So we are looking at documentation, we are looking at safety guidelines, for instance, that ATOI has brought out. We are looking at training inputs, review and feedback processes. So just two things I would like to say here. Again, land-based thing. If we, generally the accepted thing, because there was nothing else, was I have a group leader who is basic mountaineering course certified. But I think the time has come to rethink about investing in other courses, so for instance, on outdoor leadership. So I'm almost segueing into tips and action points that it's time to think not just of a first aid course, but a wilderness-based first aid course, a remote first aid course. So that probably is one thing. Feedback processes with the purpose of improving, so continual improvement has to be demonstrated by us as an adventure tour operator. So does that mean additional costs? So is it an expense or is it an investment? Because yeah, outdoor leadership courses cost more than a basic mountaineering course. Wilderness first aid courses cost more than a simple first aid course. So it is a financial decision. I just want to say 2-3 examples. In our gathering, there is a person who heads a company who had instructed his staff, who had trained his staff in a particular way, and they had contracted a local vendor, and the vendor was arranging a zip line across a river, and the norms that the staff was trained for were not being met. He tried to dialogue with the vendor, and the vendor said, नहीं नहीं नहीं, हम तो ये हर साल करते हैं, कुछ नहीं होता, कर देंगे. But the training that the staff member had received said that this is not for our group. So he called up the office, Pune-based office. And the boss said, look, you take a decision, stick to our norms, and be ready to say no. And saying no is a crucial decision. Now, this is the kind of support, one way of supporting staff and having a robust training system that gives conviction to all parties involved. And they actually went without the zip line on that trip. And the office, by default, is saying, let the customer come back. We will talk to them. You don't bother about customer satisfaction. So this happened. I went through a sea change when I did my instructor's course with an outdoor leadership school. The way I changed my briefing for rappelling session, it just did two things. One, saved me at least half an hour every half-day session. And uske pehle kya hota tha ki one or two people always used to not rappel because of fear. Just the way I changed my briefing brought that down to 0 consistently. I thought I should mention this because even the ISO standard has a separate kind of appendage or appendix standard for communication. So communication becomes extremely important at various levels. There are multiple dimensions to that, and this was a very small on-the-field example. And the last one is very, very stark, and I think it neatly brings those two components that Dr. Atul Gawande said, process-driven safety and a judgment-based safety. So I keep saying outdoor leadership school. So I've been a NOLS instructor, National Outdoor Leadership School. So NOLS made me go through an instructor's course. And when I started working, the way the instructor team was briefed was in 2 days for a 28-day course. Now look at that process. I was like flabbergasted when I exited from that room. The program supervisor sat with us for a couple of hours. He gave us 2 sheets of paper saying this is a broad itinerary and these are some additional points about re-ration points and all that. And then and he went about the whole thing in just 2 hours, and he said go. And for 28 days, we were walking in bear country, we were gaining altitude, cold, snow camping, crossing rivers, huge amount of risk management. But they relied on our judgment because they had set up the whole thing beautifully in terms of extremely robust processes and systems that they provided. So this, I think, was fantastic, which is why I thought I should mention this. So the way forward, I feel we need to have a long-term approach. I mean, I Googled and researched. Everything on the risk management says that it works long-term to make it an investment and not an expense. So link it to business strategy, control factors that you can, and influence, let us say, become a part of ATOI. And if we are looking at underlying risk domain like the government, influencing my very functioning, I can't influence that directly. I have to go through associations. And ATOI is a fantastic example. My local organization in Mumbai is another great example of successful lobbying. And we can start with initial small steps. Build on his first aid course. कितना पैसा है? 2 year का validity है. 2,000 रुपये, 3,000 रुपये ज़्यादा लगता है. And it's amazing. People just don't want to come there. It's you know, the same person who had that vendor thing and all that. He gave me a fantastic example. He said, just look at Make My Trip booking. You sit there and 100 रुपया कम होगा तो we go and book that ticket. And the whole idea is that the price becomes an overwhelming factor when we look at USP. So I'm also looking at the time. We don't get into details. I think we are all business people. We understand a lot of these things. I just thought I should have this here. Let me go ahead. Coming towards closure, so on the left, we have things that are happening outside of us. Big factors like increasing consumer awareness. On the far right, we have things that I can take control of as an adventure tour operators. And the middle thing are the guiding things for me, that can I leverage on the various dynamics that are happening around me? Can I define my strengths? Can I tweak the way I function to create new strengths? And I can use risk management not only to preserve USP, but I'll revise my USP as things go along. So one very simple thing, there is regulation coming in slowly. There is a model act, footed by the central ministry. And what I need to ensure is robust compliance. I got permits in place. I got qualified staff. I'm using equipment that's certified, so on and so forth. But things are not so simple, obviously. Things are very, very complex. So that is the design part. I need to be very deliberate about risk management in order to truly define my USP, which is away from just the pricing part. The price can blind us and pull us to base our USP or strengths only on pricing. I think it's time to move away from that because the opportunities are just too many. Folks, the great part of risk management is risks also have extremely great benefits. We embrace risk because we love the thrill that risk gives us, and we love to share that joy. So we need to maximize safety, we need to maximize joy, and I'm sure we will all make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Shantanu ji, he covered almost 90% of it. So I'm not going back into that things whatever Shantanu ji has covered. I'll straight away get into the practical example of how we execute that. I know how whatever the point Shantanu ji has covered, how practically it will be implemented. I'm a mountaineer and I've led. It's not working. इधर काम नहीं करता है अच्छा ये ओके थैंक यू thanks so I led 9 expeditions from the north side of Mount Everest, and under my leadership about 92 climbers have reached the summit of Everest. So I thought I'll take an example of how we organize the Everest expedition, whatever Shantanu ji has covered. I'll show you practically, how the things happen. Okay, this is the Mount Everest base camp from the northern side. Now, most of you have noticed to reach SOU, Statue of Unity, if you have observed, the private vehicles, especially for the private vehicles or the buses, tourists, whoever come, there is a facility for parking, everything provided 11 kilometers before the destination. And from there, the local community is being employed, and the battery-operated vehicles are being provided, and they'll reach to the destination, they'll spend their time here, and they go back to the facilities where the hotels, restaurants, and the eateries are being provided. So the destination area is being preserved, except this tent city 1 and tent city 2. Within the 11 kilometers of range, there is no other disturbance, so the destination is completely preserved. Whoever been to the trekking also, they would have noticed the forest is so natural and beauty. Other than the forest, the regular treks what we do. So that is the reason behind it. In the same way, Everest Base Camp also, till this area, till this place, the expedition operators, the people who got the permit for the expedition are allowed. Otherwise, at least, as per the latest calculation, there are about 10 to 15,000 tourists would be visiting to Everest Base Camp, but there's a road all the way till here. But all the tourists are stopped 10 kilometers before, like the same model like this. So they employed the locals, and they use the local transport, the battery-operated buses to allow tourists to come till this place, see the base camp and go back. But only the expedition operators, hardly in a year, most be about 180 climbers would be going there to climb. So only those 180 climbers related vehicles only allowed till here. That is how they are preserving the mountain the glacier especially. And second thing is what happens, especially with the expeditions, why the Stockcongery is being closed is because there's a lot of poop has been accumulated on the mountain, it is coming to the lower villages. That is why the government has taken decision to stop climbing or trekking on the Stockcongery. Just to avoid the same thing on the Everest, what they did, they have given a fixed toilets areas. So frequently every weekly, 10 days, the locals, they collect everything from there and they take it to nearest village or nearest town to process it further. So there's a proper system is being defined in this. Now, before coming to the base camp, once some climber registers coming to the adventure operation of this, so once somebody clients register with us, the first thing, as Shantanuji said, the disclaimer, the form and the insurance. Yes, 3 are mandate. Disclaimer, insurance, and the complete clear declaration. We always say leader's decision is final. That is what we undertake. I'll explain about this line again at the last slide. Why we'll take a signature that leader's decision is final. We'll take 3 documents or mandate. And next stage is, like what he was telling about the rappelling experience, we clearly brief the client what to expect, what to not to expect. See, this is not a tourist, this is not a tourism, this is a climb. People who are coming there to climb, not to have a beautiful coffee with a proper 20% of the sugar taste. No, the aim here is to climb. So we be clear with the client what exactly why they are coming and what to expect and what to not to expect. And north side Everest is technically more difficult compared to the Nepal side. So the other section comes is how much technically they are trained, whether they are fit. One is mentally, technically and physically. So for technical aspect, we established 2 training centers in India. Recently, one of our training center destination is considered under Swadesh Darshan 2.0. This year they sanctioned for the development. Now, we train all climbers, whoever register with us, we'll ask them to report at our training center, we'll test, we'll train. Every mountain has a specific skill set which required. All mountains are not same. Even every mountain, every route is different. So there are certain skill set are required. So we'll make sure they practice, and they become professional on that particular skill set, so they go safely and come back to the mountain. Now this is Camp 2 at 7,700 meters of Mount Everest. I'm going fast because I hardly left with 10 minutes, so please bear with me. So this is 7,700 meters camp. From here we'll start using oxygen. So whenever the climber is on oxygen, it feels like whether you are sitting here in a tent city too or you are at the 7,000 meter, it doesn't make any difference. But at what percentage the client is consuming the oxygen, the climber is consuming oxygen does matters. Generally when we use oxygen cylinder in altitude, we'll start with 0.5 pressure with the regulator, and when they reach the summit, the maximum pressure it can go is 4 point. So when we start at very less point pressure. I'll come why I'm talking about the pressure. This is the camp 8,300 meters. Here I have to take one example of our climber. See, when I calculate the oxygen pressure, what the client is consuming. So we have a fixed calculation, 0.5 pressure. If the client is climbing from camp 2 to camp 3 is taking so much of time, then we accordingly calculate how much time does they take from camp 3, 8,300 meters to reach the summit and come back. If they are not at 0.5 pressure, then we'll increase slowly, we'll bring them to a certain level. Suppose from camp 2, some 7,000 meters from 8,300 meters they have reached with the 2-point pressure and they have taken 4 hours. That can be considered that they can go forward. But if some climber is not able to reach it within that time with that limited pressure, then it is a clear decision, boss, he can't make it, please go back. Now the issue starts here. As Shantanuji said before, it's a procedure. This is where we say leader's decision is final. Once we decide, because climber doesn't know what is there after 8,300 meters, what are the difficulties, how much time does it take. But as a leader, we know how much difficulty it is, how much time it is going to take. And organizing any rescue beyond 8,000 meters, it is highly impossible. highly impossible. For climber itself, walking itself is so difficult. Bringing somebody else is beyond thought process. So at one client, we have to literally take a decision, no, you have to come back from here. Well, there are issues, client who has spent 1 year for preparation, they have spent about 30 lakhs to climb. Again, getting 2 months leave to climb, it is very difficult, I understand. But everything are secondary, whether you want to be alive or not. There are only two options. So you want to alive or not. There are people who want to die, but they want to climb. That is why the major accidents are happening on the mountains now recent years. Because I'll die, no problem. But there are people like even Kailash, somebody go, no, I am very happy if I stay there only for lifelong. I agree, but you're keeping several people under risk. Operator, Sherpa, guide, entire their life goes. So here we have to take a clear decision as a leader. No, you are not allowed. There'll be issues, but boss, finally, end of the day, I am happy I've saved somebody's life. That is the satisfaction I'll be having as an operator. Now, once they start from 8,300 meters, we have every checkpoint we have. Basically, we start around 7 p.m. at night, and the summit happens by morning 8 a.m. And again, they won't stay in the summit. Hardly maximum time we allow is about 20 to 30 minutes, and they'll come to Camp 3, Camp 2, depending on their fitness level by evening. Now, to calculate this time, once they start from the last camp with oxygen, we've given a certain points. This is a notable point called Mushroom Rock, where we'll keep a backup oxygen also. So whenever they reach such points, the Sherpa or the climber will confirm us, I am on the so much of oxygen pressure and I have reached this much time. So we'll calculate the time and decide whether he is able to make it again further ahead or not. Then accordingly the decision will be taken whether to move him, allow him to move further or not, or come back. But again, in case of any emergency, in case of anything happens, generally most of the climbers will go with one guide and one climber. But one climber cannot help them if in case of any emergency. So we always have a backup team sitting in Camp 3 at 8,300 meters whenever the summit push is happening. So in case of an emergency, the backup team is ready to go with extra oxygen, rescue them or support the team to come back. So after taking so much of pressure and risk, the operational procedure, finally they reach the summit. So this is the picture on the summit of Mount Everest of Mr. Anand. He is sitting here in the conference. So once, thank you. Sir, though the procedures are followed, those are USP, everything is followed, it doesn't mean that accident doesn't happen. People get sick, people get ill, climbers get ill. So here I have to mention, there is one rescue we did in 2018. It's the world's highest rescue. Probably he's the only boy who is alive now, who is being rescued from 8,300 meters with 40 Sherpas. And he brought back. He was 2 months he was admitted in the hospital. Now he is alive. Probably he is the only boy who is brought back alive by rescue above 8,000 meters. But the boy is lucky because there is one Padma Shri awardee sitting with him on the expedition. There is one insurance company CEO flew to Kathmandu to make sure that he is back. I have to mention, I have to thank Sir Ajit Sir, played a big role in getting the rescue done. And when he climbed just a day before that rescue, but he was available 24 hours there. And I have to thank Pratik, AC 360, for complete coordinating the rescue from chopper to Kathmandu to hospital till he come back to India. So I thought most of the points Shantanuji has covered. This is a practical experience how we take the operational side. The adventure itself inherent, there is a risk. It is about client letting know, boss, there is a risk. It is not a fun trip. Whenever we go to the trek, we'll see these days it has happened that people are with earphone. And they do trekking. बस गाना सुनना है तो घर में बैठो ना यार क्यों trekking आते हो भाई? I mean, earphone लगाया गाना चल रहा है and ऊपर से पत्थर आ गया या पीछे से कुछ आ गया कुछ पता ही नहीं चलता है. अब जब तक ऊपर आएगा तब फिर पता करके फायदा ही नहीं है. So, I mean, these are the practical examples we are facing obviously as an operator. So that's a brief. I know the time is done and thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Shekhar Babu, and thank you, Mr. Shantanu Pandit, for those wonderful presentation. And now would request Mr. Weber to present the shawls to both of these wonderful gentlemen. Okay, okay. I'll do it. You can. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now we have the session on decoding the jargon. And we have Soiti Banerjee with us. She's been a travel and a food journalist for over 19 years, engaging with questions of identity, evolution, and sustainability on media platforms such as Outlook, Outlook Traveler, National Geographic Traveler, India Today, Lonely Planet, Mint Lounge, Al Jazeera, and the BBC. And since last year, as project director at Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative, and which is an affiliation of UNWTO, and she has been trying to contribute to an alternative imagination of travel in India and South Asia. She works closely with government bodies, people in planet-friendly travel enterprises across the country. Please extend a very warm welcome to her. And she's about to talk on the decoding jargon. Welcome. Yeah. And the session that we are heading, and we have different sub-sessions in that. The main session is sustainability, the new responsibility, travel for life, which is utmost important for every human being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've had a fantastic morning, haven't we? Have we? We have. I've learned plenty today. So, I really hope that we won't let our spirits flag for the next hour. Have you had your chai, coffee, breakfast? Can I see a show of hands? Perfect. Because we want you alert, we want you awake, and we want you to pay attention for the next 1 hour, right? We will do, well, we're hoping to inspire you, of course. We're hoping to inform you a little bit, and we're hoping to encourage you to take the next step of sustainability in your journey. And it doesn't matter where you are on that journey. It doesn't matter if you're just starting out. It doesn't matter if you're halfway through the marathon. We just want you to take the next step. That's all. So I don't want to take too much of your time, because after me, that's when the fun stuff happens. People will share their journeys. They will talk about the business case for sustainability, and they will tell you about things that you can actually practically apply to your own businesses. I am simply here to just jog our memories, to talk about a few terms that keep popping up in our conversations, but we're never quite sure exactly what they mean, right? But first up, can you see the screen? Can someone tell me how many kinds of tourism I've mentioned on the screen? Just throw a number at me. You need better eyesight. 8 is correct. So I now know you're awake and you've had your cup of coffee. But the only reason I put up this slide is to remind ourselves that every few years we have a new term, right? Many of you will remember that we've talked about ecotourism since the 80s or even beyond. And these words are not new. It's just that now, perhaps these are the two terms that have greater stickiness, at least in the context of India. Most of us are now largely using these two terms, but effectively we're talking about the same thing. So please don't get, confused about it. Love and respect for the planet and for the people and creatures who live on it, period. Better places to live in, better places to visit. We've not outdone that definition yet. So that's really, the point here. Now, can someone tell me how many words I've mentioned up on screen now? Okay, sorry, trick question. I didn't want you to tell me how many words I've put on there. I just wanted to tell you that this is a little bit confusing, right? These terms, carbon, climate, neutral, positive, negative, I mean, these can be confusing even for those of us who work in this space. So, it's just good to go over some of these terms before we start the next few conversations, because I'm sure they will talk to you about, we've already had carbon neutral in the morning. We're probably going to hear some of the other terms as well. Quickly, I think Ajit Bajaj did a fantastic job of talking about the blue marble and what we are doing to it. Jaideep spoke about it as well. So many of you have come before me and talked about it. But really, we know 3 million years, this has not happened, right? In the history of humanity, we've not had so many carbon emissions. So we know what the crisis looks like. I don't have to go into it. We've talked about the polar bear. He actually gave an actual example, but most often we just hear of it as as something fun. Polar bears are getting displaced, polar caps are melting. So what? Why should it matter to me? Why should you care? As a business, as an individual, why should you care, right? But I think that has been answered over yesterday, many people spoke, today, many people have said, but just look around you. 1 second, just look around you. All of you, all your workplaces, your Karam Bhumi is in some of the most eco-fragile, most culturally and socially sensitive areas, right? So, even though, yes, it's a perfectly valid argument that they're still drilling for oil, they're still flying airplanes, the manufacturing industry is still doing carbon emissions, why should the individual matter? It still holds, but at the same time, you're in the most eco-fragile zones, and even your small footprint makes a big impact. So that's why it's important, and thank you to all the people who came before you. I know Webb have talked about it in the morning. They set the standards very high. They set the ethos of what adventure tourism should look like, what tourism should look like in our country, and they've done a fine job. So now that the tourism, at least in this sector, is growing by leaps and bounds, we've got to be able to get our act together, regroup, recalibrate, fix this. Okay, so now this is a word that keeps coming up, carbon footprint. Not a very difficult word, but do we really know what it means? But before I talk about what it means, can someone guess who made the term carbon footprint popular globally? Take a wild guess. Was it an activist, a host, a TV host, a Nobel Prize winner, or an oil company? Take a wild guess. Anyone? Oil company, that's right. I don't know if you know the answer or if it's just, it was a wild guess, but wild guess. So BP, British Petroleum, hired an agency, O&M, to try and take the heat off them. And what they came up with was the idea of an individual's carbon footprint and a carbon calculator. So that's how, that's how things work in the big, big, bad, bad world. But to be honest, we are also polluting the planet, right? So we've got to be able to map our footprint, map the footprint of our businesses. And luckily for us, there'll be people who'll come after me who'll tell you about how they're doing it for their own businesses, so you'll have something to go by, practically. But largely, these 1, 2, 3, and 4, energy, food, travel, as in transport, and consumables. These are the big buckets under which carbon footprint is calculated, right? This is where we calculate our emissions from. So it's obviously there are many calculators. Some of you can meet me off stage, we can talk about this, but basically this is it. And of course, when we talk about carbon footprints, we're talking about CO2. But the truth is, there are many other gases. we don't need to remember them. We don't need to remember that it's methane, ozone, CFC, and other halocarbons. But what we need to, also because some of those gases are often measured in the terms of CO2. So it's carbon dioxide equivalent terms that these gases are measured in. All you need to know is that these are largely, when we talk of carbon emissions, we talk of CO2 and some of these other gases, don't forget them. Okay. This is the part that I think confuses most of us. We talk about carbon neutral, we talk about carbon negative, we talk about net zero. I'm going to try and oversimplify this. So please bear with me if you think you've heard this before and you know the answer. But I was trying to think of a simple way to say this. But think about it. If you had 10 balloons that you were releasing into the atmosphere, and you managed to bring back 10 balloons back to the Earth, right? You would be carbon neutral. If you had 10 balloons that you were releasing into the atmosphere, and you managed to bring back maybe, 20, 50 more, basically, then you would be in the zone of carbon negative. Or in other cases, people also call it climate positive, right? And finally, for net zero, what if you didn't release all those 10 balloons? You just released one. You managed to pop the remaining 9, and they were never released. That's what you're trying to do for net zero. I think that's a really simple way of looking at it. Of course, there are standards that, there are scientific standards which you have to meet. There are verification, third-party verification standards that you have to basically meet. But those apart, essentially this is it. You take equal, then you take and give equal, that's carbon neutral. You manage to take back more, then that's carbon negative. And you don't release too much, actually try and bring it down to almost 90%, then you're net zero. So next question. You've all heard this morning. Can someone answer this? Please tell me you can. Is the 15th ATOI convention carbon neutral, climate positive, carbon negative, or a net zero event? I can't hear you. Absolutely. So people have been paying attention. Good. So basically, actually, the idea is that one day we'll probably all become carbon negative and aim for net zero, but it's fantastic that we've managed to do this here today. So big congratulations to ATOI, to GHE, and us for doing it. I mean, I think it's fabulous that this has happened. Okay, carbon offsets. Everybody's talking about it. I know that it is very, very controversial. Many of you know how controversial it is, but I think those of you who've, I think happily they've left out the trees. I don't know what has happened in the presentation, but largely what I wanted to show you is that carbon credits or carbon offset usually works in this way. You have, you're responsible for X amount of emissions. You're relying on other projects which are reducing emissions to offset your carbon. And that usually happens through renewable energies. It also happens through afforestation. And now, more and more, there is more research and obviously more clarity on, fine, we can't do monocultures, it has to be different kinds of species, it has to be native species, so for it to be a carbon sink. But sorry, the trees are missing. The presentation decided not to have trees. Please imagine the trees on the presentation. Okay, we are coming to the end, so don't get very bored, but somebody at the back now, can someone tell me what is the third foot of the stool in the triple bottom line that we keep talking about for sustainability, triple bottom line in businesses? What is it? Is it people, profit? What's the one in the middle? Loudly. Yes, Ashita. It is the planet. So effectively, like I said, if you look at them carefully, they're all saying the same thing. Look after your planet, look after your people, and your profits will happen, right? And this is again something that I wanted to mention because many of you are running businesses today that don't require you to be ESG compliant, but I'm pretty sure that in a few years' time, you might have to be ESG compliant. So you need to know what ESG is. Please look it up. I've put down a few standards that the WEF mentions, but I can't go through each of them. Largely, these also have the same buckets: environment, socio-cultural, and in this case, governance. So yeah, that's about it. Okay, finally, the last question for all of you, and then I promise I will disappear and there'll be better people to come and talk to you. Can someone see a second word inside this word? It's a very simple word. That's right. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. All of you in this room are very generous people. I know that by experience. Many of you share your ideas, mentor people. You make the effort to make sure people who are coming behind you have the right information. So you can do this. If you have the solutions, please share them. Maybe we can help. We can talk to ATOI about it. Maybe we can create a system where these solutions can be shared widely with the ATOI family so that you don't have to start from scratch. There are people who've already cracked this. You don't have to crack it yourself. So all the best for your journey. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope there's someone who's going to come in immediately after me, who's a colleague of mine, Indranil Roy. He'll talk to you about the need to communicate why you are sustainable, why your business is sustainable. There will be Paras Lumba who'll tell you about the business case for sustainability, why it makes sense for you, for your business to be sustainable. And then we have 3 beautiful journeys of Mohit Gulia from Banjara Camps and Experiences. They are already carbon mapping, not just their accommodations, also their trips. So he's going to tell you how they're doing it. There is Muzammil Hussain, who's marrying conservation with adventure tourism, with citizen science. He will tell you why he bothers to even do it. He can just run a business. Why should he bring conservation into it, right? And then finally, we have Anusha also, who's from Bohemian Adventures. She's going to talk about accessibility and why it's a priority for her business and why it should be a priority for yours as well. So all the best. Have a wonderful day. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soiti, to be very crisp, very sharp, and sharing the insights. I would now like to welcome Mr. Indranil Roy, who has been with 20 years at the Outlook Group. Okay. Ascended to CEO, showcasing profound organizational understanding, and from leading a transformative shift, he propelled the group with the digital era and repositioned Outlook by relaunching its web platform. And he's also venturing into uncharted digital territories. Platforms on startups, sustainability, and retirement planning were launched. So Roy is also champion. Responsible tourism is done by him. And he also hosts the India Responsible Tourism Awards for 9 years. So help me welcome Mr. Indranil Roy. Welcome, sir. And he's going to talk about the why communication and brand stories matter. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, the Adventure Association, to invite us to this forum. Outlook and Outlook Traveler is very proud to be a part of this association because for us, travel is a very close part of our life. We have been bringing out a magazine, Outlook Traveler, for the last 22 years. We have been promoting responsible tourism initiative for the last 10 years, and it's very passionate to me because I've been a part of this entire journey. And what brings a lot of satisfaction is when we actually work on this responsible tourism initiative. It gives us tremendous opportunity to meet people who are micro-entrepreneurs, who have a dream, and we are a part of their dream. And I think that brings us tremendous satisfaction and hope. I would like to share with you about the role of media in all the communication since yesterday to today. And since being a media, well, I understand that what is that we all need to do together and what is that media as an media organizations can do broadly. So let me just take a step back and show you a slide on a survey that we did recently. This is the second survey that we did, which was done just post-COVID, and then again in 2023 we did one survey where we try to understand how are the consumer behavior changing. And it's very interesting to know that a large percent of travelers have now started thinking about sustainable travel. So it's about 63% who participate in the survey said that they want to look at sustainable travel opportunities. 97% of the people are more dependable on people who have won sustainable awards or responsible awards. And then, of course, 81% of the people try to stay at longer duration of their travel of their travel holidays. So, okay, let me take you to the second slides here as well. So look at the other numbers where if you look at the stay and destination, now the survey shows that location, experience, family activity, and eco-friendly measures, all of them are equal in terms of the choice and the preference that they draw in terms of selecting a destination. And then, of course, about adventure activities, 65% prefers non-motorable adventure destinations. So all of the survey shows very clearly that there is a skew and there is a movement that is shifting towards sustainable holiday. And I think that's a great opportunity for all of us to build on because we are at a very nascent stage of it. So I will now drift into saying that what is the communication that we need to really build on. The point here, what we always see is that we try to look at these success stories. And that's the beauty of it. We look at success stories, we look at how people have built it over a period of time and try to adapt to it. What is your story? So what we are trying to say here is that we want all of you to sort of build your own personal journey and story so that becomes your USP. And that is what we would request all of you, and we will obviously want to play a role as a media organization to build that story, to build that narrative. This slide shows you, do they know your story? Now the point is the consumer, and I want to specifically want you to look at the women with the sunglass. The way I interpret this image is that she will not shift, she will not change, she will have to protect herself in the way that she wants to. We need to give them, we need to identify what they want, and we need to build that story for them. We need to build that narrative for them. We need to build that opportunity for them. This is a very important point. Will your story be relevant tomorrow? A lot of you are in the MICE business. A lot of you are in the education institute business. Now, if you look at that genre, the point is that in the MICE business, all the large organizations are shifting towards ESG. They are following the ESG audits, they are following the SDG guidelines, and as their vendors and as the part of their supply chain, we will also be asked this question, saying that, are you ESG prepared? Are you following the protocols of sustainability? Are you following SDG rules and guidelines? Now, these are the questions which are coming our way, and we have to be ready for that. If we are not cognizant of it, then let me tell you, over a period of the next few years, we will start losing out on business. And somebody else will come and grab it. And therefore, it is very, very important that we start our practices. And considering the practices that we do, we need to document them, and we need to articulate them, and we need to build our communication on the basis of that. The other point that Shweti also mentioned about opportunity and unity, that's the point that I'm driving again, that it has to be a collective action. It may be very difficult for each and every individual to build their story. It will take time. It will take a lot of effort to sort of build on that. But it could always be built collectively. And I think collectively, as an association, it has to come together to build the larger story. And I as Outlook Traveler, as the publisher of Outlook Traveler, I promise you that we will always stand by as a media organization to be a part of your journey. So I want to end my presentation here, and I want to just tell you one thing that I personally believe in, that sustainability is no more about activism. It is now about showing results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Indranil, for that presentation. And now we move next to Mr. Paras Lumba, and he'll talk about decarbonizing adventure tourism, a business case. He's the founder of the Global Himalayan Expedition, to champion social impact tourism by inviting global travelers to explore the remote Himalayas, and that also Himalayan villages especially. And he installs solar microgrids providing clean energy to the off-grid communities. And in almost a decade, as I had mentioned yesterday, he has led expeditions electrifying 230 villages, and which is really a big round of applause call, because it's establishing 93 carbon neutral homestays. So please welcome Paras. Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, sir. 230 villages have been electrified by GHE. I've led only 35 of them. Just a correction. You need a superhuman to do 230 villages. I will make it very quick. We have heard a lot of carbon since morning. Try to make some business case out of it. And I'll try to speak in Hindi and English both. So anyone has questions, tea break, lunch mein, feel free to connect and we can discuss more. We have 3 case studies after me, fantastic case studies. Dhyan se suniyega, really, really powerful. So yeah, this is a photograph. Again, clean skies, no pollution, that's what it is. This is a photograph taken in Korzok. I don't know if anyone have been to Korzok. काफ़ी लोग गए हैं मुझे पता है. But जो नहीं गए हैं, हाँ, ये Korzok है लद्दाख में, सोमरुरी के साथ में. So I think last week we heard this term called COP28 got over. COP28 was happening in Dubai. There was this first tourism stocktake report which came out by leading professionals. And if you can read here on the screen, it says the contribution in revenue is less than the contribution in emissions. So, and just 6 years back at the World Travel and Tourism Council Summit in Argentina, this was 5%. तो आप देखेंगे पिछले 5-6 साल में दुगना हो गया, ऑलमोस्ट दुगना हो गया है. एंड इसका रीज़न क्या है कि द काइंड ऑफ ग्रोथ इन टूरिज्म वी हैव हैड एंड द काइंड ऑफ मैकेनिज्म्स वी हैव गॉन विद दैट. वी आर अ स्मॉल कम्युनिटी, एडवेंचर कम्युनिटी, एंड द मोस्ट सस्टेनेबल मैकेनिज्म्स वी फॉलो इन टर्म्स ऑफ डूइंग आवर ऑपरेशंस, इवन दी अकोमोडेशंस हो जाए, ऑपरेशंस इन ट्रैकिंग और माउंटेनियरिंग हो. सो आई विल ट्राई एंड touch base on certain elements, and this may be helpful to you. And we also have, I was talking to Miss Akansha Garg, ma'am, if you can stand up. One of the great examples, you may also want to connect with her. She has done some great work in her resorts. She was mentioning in the morning to me as well. So if I look at it, a great example, one of the world leading examples is one of the resorts in Costa Rica. Is a resort by one of our good friends. It's called Cayuga Resort. तो शुरू में इस रिजॉर्ट की एक प्रॉब्लम थी कि हर चीज़ बिजली हो या पानी गर्म करना हो, वाटर और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वाज ऑल थ्रू डीजल जनरेटर. एंड स्पेसिफिकली फॉर वाटर पर डे दे यूज्ड टू कंज्यूम 20,000 लीटर्स बिकॉज द नंबर ऑफ रूम्स आर ऑलमोस्ट 300. तो किस तरीके से लोग यूज़ करते, लाइक ऑलमोस्ट 100 लीटर्स पर रूम यूज्ड टू गो आउट. एंड देयर वाज ईयरली कॉस्ट फॉर डीजल इटसेल्फ. and they thought, let's do a transition. So they measured the radiation. There's a big misnomer कि जहाँ पर बारिश होती है वहाँ पर सोलर नहीं चल पाता. Who has this misunderstanding कि जहाँ पर बारिश होती है ऐसा सच नहीं है. Solar works also basically on the solar सिलिका के cells होते हैं, radiation level देखने होते हैं. बारिश में भी कभी-कभी अच्छी radiation आती है. So it all depends upon which region you are. So they got the studying done and they installed solar water heaters which amount to almost $70,000 and they had an annual operating maintenance cost for almost $1,500. And this was the transformation which you see here. Total transition to clean energy, almost 300 tons saved annually. And almost you can say for every $1 they spent, almost $9. अगर इसको मैं रुपीज़ में बोलूँ तो हर 80 रुपये पे तकरीबन 800 रुपये बचा रहे थे. तो and this is how the final result looks. अगर आप इसको देखेंगे, the design is fantastic, isn't it? You jump into the pool, the spill of water comes out of the pool and cleans your panel. So they used to encourage the travelers and tourists, please use the pool. हमारे panel भी साफ हो जाएंगे इसी बहाने. So now the resort is totally on solar power. For us, very simple. How many of you use solar water heaters for their accommodations? Oh wow, this is surprising. And the people who raise their hand, I know them. So, and okay, so बड़ा सिंपल सा आंसर है. एक 100 लीटर वाटर हीटर के लिए सिर्फ 20,000 रुपये लगते हैं और इसकी सेविंग्स आप कह लीजिए 7 साल तक चलती रहती है. तो मैंने आप कहीं पे भी वाटर हीटर लेंगे, प्लीज़ अडॉप्ट इट. ट्राई एंड मूव अवे फ्रॉम गीज़र, जो इलेक्ट्रिक गीज़र होता है. सोलर वाटर हीटर पे जाएंगे तो काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा. और ये अलग अलग है, कोई जहाँ पे 200 होता है, कहीं 500 होता है. हमारे होम स्टे जो लद्दाख में है वहाँ पर हर घर के पास 100 लीटर का वाटर हीटर गवर्नमेंट ने भी दिया है. So you need to transition to cleaner source of energy. So this is a business case for you and a practical example. सोनीपत पानीपत में नॉर्थ इंडिया में जितना मैं जानता हूँ वाटर हीटर की कंपनियाँ गुजरात में है. आई थिंक वारी अभी भी शायद बनाती है वारी. तो इफ एनीवन वांट्स टू नो मोर इन्फॉर्मेशन अबाउट वेयर यू कैन गेट सोलर वाटर हीटर्स एंड सोलर पैनल्स, लेट अस नो. वी आर हैप्पी टू गाइड यू ऑन दैट. दिस इज अ फ्यूचर प्रूफ अकोमोडेशन ब्लूप्रिंट. मतलब बस 6 चीज़ें लगानी है. और ऑफ कोर्स आई गॉट एन इनपुट टुडे फॉर वाटर प्लांट. आजकल पानी, अच्छा पानी को जो हम पी रहे हैं बॉटल से, उसका बॉटलिंग प्लांट भी लगता है 5-6 लाख के अंदर, बेस्ड ऑन द इन्वेस्टमेंट. बट दीज आर द 6 थिंग्स. इफ़ यू कैन मेक दिस हैपन इन योर अकोमोडेशन, चाहे होम स्टे हो या बड़ा से बड़ा रिजॉर्ट हो, इट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस. एंड आज की डेट में ट्रैवलर इज डेफिनेटली लुकिंग फॉर इट. You see a lot of reports coming out from Booking.com, Airbnb, all these guys, they get McKinsey's on board to get these reports, that there is an increased level of sustainability which the travelers also are looking at. So these are a few things you may want to take a picture and try and see if you can adopt to this. And this is all easily and बहुत सस्ता है, इसको बस लगाने की बात है. Biodigester थोड़ा महंगा हो सकता है, I would say, but overall other things are very simple. And of course, get the right technical guy in. Whenever you're putting something in your accommodation or resort, just do not go with a dealer. Try and get an engineer who can understand the system and make him do that. Then it becomes a much more better proposition for you. अभी मैं accommodation से हट के tour operations पे आता हूँ. Intrepid Travel is another company which you know of probably, and last year they started something called a decarbonization trips. So of course carbon का नाम हर एक इस्तेमाल कर रहा है. What they did, 3 major things was they chose low carbon transport, that is mostly EV. And of course the supply chain of all the material, mostly food, was again improved upon. आस पास से source करते थे. And most of the trips were walking and cycling based. तो उन्होंने गाड़ियाँ हटा दी और बीच में इन लोगों ने walking and trekking, a soft adventure include किया है. And they have got a huge revenue increase in this. So you may want to look at incorporating such practices in your trip as well. Recently, I don't know if they have launched it, but it's on the website now. G Adventures, another big adventure company. For every traveler who books with G Adventure, they plant a tree in one of their community projects. They have 15 community projects around the world, audited projects. तो उसका कोई ख्याल रखेगा, ऐसा नहीं कि पेड़ लगा दिया गया है. उस पेड़ को उस जगह का इंडिजिनस स्पीशीज़ है, वो ख्याल रखा जाएगा. और ये बड़ी सही चीज़ है, बिकॉज इससे ऑफ कोर्स एनवायरनमेंट भी अच्छा होता है. एंड दे हैव अ रिकॉर्ड of how many trees are being planted by the number of travelers coming in. So nice initiative, just recently launched, I think a week back. Another example, this is our own example I'm trying to put here. In Ladakh, now we have electricity in almost all the villages coming in. I think 60 to 70 villages are still off grid. But 2018 mein, almost 6 years back, we electrified one of the villages through an expedition. So if you look at it, it's kind of a bit textual and descriptive, but the idea was the overall footprint जो हमने calculate कर पाए थे was around 60 tons. But the electrification of the village we did through help of course, engineers and local engineers. It was almost 230 tons. तो हम लोगों ने काफ़ी बचाया, environment से काफ़ी remove करवाया, और जो footprint था वो एक तरीके से आप equate करेंगे तो we were on a better half. Then Booking.com wanted to do an event. They said we want to purchase credits for it. So he said, why don't you do this offset जो आप चाहते हैं, आप 1000 euros और दीजिए और इन गांव में हम वाटर हीटर भी लगा देंगे. तो लाइट तो आई किसी और कंपनी ने जो और योगदान दिया, they contributed. We also got solar water heaters. What I'm trying to get is, you can also encourage your travelers who come on board to contribute to the communities in terms of clean energy. Doesn't have to be that हर चीज़ आप ही invest करें. Engage your travelers. So अगर आपके एक साल में let's say 1000 लोग आ रहे हैं, 1000 people are coming to your resort, or as part of your tour operations, ask everyone to contribute let's say 500 rupees. And at the end of the year, tell them where the contribution went to. If you can make a project out of it, it will be really nice. So this was it, and look at the impact. ये गांव बिल्कुल अंधेरे में था, रात को ये लाइटें लग गई थी. This is one of the few villages we have electrified. And finally, I would say कि accommodation हो गया, tour operations को आप अच्छा कर सकते हैं, but try and also imbibe nature-based activities. So stargazing is one. We do a lot in Ladakh. जहाँ पर भी आपके national park से काफ़ी लोग यहाँ पर मध्य प्रदेश, पेंच, कान्हा से हैं. So we chose stargazing, dark skies, easy. Communities also love it because एक तो साइंस की कहानी है, सैटर्न, जुपिटर और प्लानिटरी साइंस, और एक कहानी है जो पुरानी फोक टेल्स हैं गांव के. तो दे कैन ऑल्सो कंबाइन द स्टोरी, दैट बिकम्स अ लवली स्टोरी टेलिंग, जो इंद्रनील सर कह रहे थे पहले. सो स्टार गेजिंग अनदर थिंग विच यू कैन डू इन एरियाज विच हैव डार्क स्काइज. सो ट्राई एंड इनकॉर्पोरेट दैट इनटू योर प्रोडक्ट्स एज वेल. सो फाइनली कार्बन ऑफसेट एक चीज़ होती है, बट उससे पहले अगर आप इनसेट करें, मतलब पहले अगर अपने एंड कुछ कर सकते हैं तो बहुत सही रहेगा. जो बच जाएगा उसको आप ऑफसेट कर सकते हैं. तो बड़ी सिंपल सी कहानी है. और लेट्स नॉट यूज़ द वर्ड कार्बन एट ऑल. आई वुड से मेक एवरीथिंग इको फ्रेंडली. जितना आप अच्छे टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई है, सस्ती टेक्नोलॉजी है, इंडिया में मास प्रोडक्शन हो रही है, उसको लगाइए और अच्छा वातावरण रहेगा, एनवायरनमेंट के लिए भी अच्छा रहेगा, एंड आई थिंक उस रीजन और डेस्टिनेशन के लिए भी काफ़ी सही रहेगा. सो इट कुड बी पुटिंग रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, प्रोमोटिंग एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, or planting trees, conserving forests, or avoiding this plastic and using the refillable bottles, or having local food as part of your itineraries rather than sourcing from a longer distance. And finally, सबसे ज़रूरी है educate करना, awareness करना, which is emissions किस तरीके से खराब है, because काफ़ी लोग, lot of people are not able to understand what is carbon, ये क्यों हो रहा है. तो ये educate अगर आप होंगे तो आप अवेयरनेस क्रिएट कर पाएंगे. तो जितना हो सकता है पढ़िए, इसके बारे में सीखिए. एंड या दैट्स अबाउट इट. सिंपल. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you very much, Paras, for sharing those lovely insights. And now we wish to call on stage Mr. Mohit Gulia from Banjara Camps, and he's going to showcase before us the carbon mapping for accommodations. He has commenced his travel industry journey with outdoor expeditions in Spiti, later establishing Tethys Himalayan Den, a sustainable homestay in Chicham village at 4,200 meters of height. And his recent expedition in the upper Lingti Valley fuels his endless exploration spirit, and currently he refines eco-friendly hospitality, guides sustainability for Banjara experiences, and works on sustainable farm stay in Mani village, Spiti. So please help me welcome Mohit, who spearheads initiatives for sustainability and carbon footprint mapping. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, hi. So I want to begin by thanking Paras and Swati for giving me the opportunity to be here, and to ATOAI and Gujarat Tourism for giving us the stage to talk about this. So a lot of people have already spoken on this subject before I have, about carbon mapping, the importance, the natural heritage of the planet, and we currently run the risk of let's say, whenever we talk about emissions and carbon and sustainability, we hear about things being non-negotiable, it's a responsibility for everyone, and we're running the risk of these things turning into cliches before we set measurable actions for it. That's what I'm essentially here to talk about. So, as Mr. Bajaj mentioned earlier, that how the natural heritage of the planet is important. Yes, it is important. Conserving the planet is important. But even more so for the adventure travel fraternity, our businesses are foundationally and fundamentally built upon the natural heritage of the planet, and it is not just something we should do, it's just good business going forward. If we want to protect our businesses, we want to protect the planet, then we should be doing that. So if we don't have any conservation, we're essentially moving towards a bad business model. So yeah. We all have seen this. We've read about this, we've seen this multiple times, you know. All of us here, I know for a fact that people have established measures. Paras just talked about it, not using single-use plastic, using renewable energy sources, using locally sourced food, et cetera, et cetera. All of these are great measures, and I know a lot of people in this room are already undertaking those measures. But how do we know about the effectiveness of those measures till we are not really measuring them, right? So that's what we tried to do with our organization, and we've just recently started doing that. It's not something we've been doing for a long time. But I'm just going to go ahead and show you some models about how we did that. So these are as Jaydeep mentioned earlier, he talked about the boundary within which we are measuring. So we've also set a boundary for ourselves when it comes to our treks or trips or for our accommodations. And this is essentially the things we are looking at. And again, I'm just going to skip over this because this is something that we've talked about already. Electricity, how much electricity you consume, where it's coming from, how much fuel you consume, whether it's buying ration for your property, you're driving your cars at your property, you're driving people here and there, you're flying in for your trips, etc. The food, I mean, the category, the sourcing, what are you consuming where? A lot of people talk about being vegan these days. So just by being vegan, if you try being vegan in Greenland, I don't think it's the most sustainable option. The vegetables are being flown in there. So, so no one size fits all when it comes to sustainability. That is something we all need to realize. So all the measures that are being spoken about, you have to decide what's the best case for your own business. So I'm moving on to what we created some frameworks with an organization that works in this segment, and they created some frameworks for us to measure our footprint. So this is like a sample footprint for just a framework for a trek, for instance. This is the final, so you fill in the data. Now, you can have a framework, but the framework is only as good as the data that is input in it. So this is just a sample, starting with as I said, the boundary is from where we start our trip, and you come to the road journey. Of course, you can make it as complex or as simple as you want. To begin with, you have to keep it simple. So we've stuck to, say, road transportation. Trips are starting from Manali. So from Manali, you have to go to the trailhead. There is car involved, and of course, you can even do the last mile calculation if you want: air, road, rail, and the nature of accommodation that you use plays a major role as well in your footprint. I mean, traditionally speaking, the luxury 5-star hotel kind of accommodations do tend to have a larger footprint than, say, a small homestay, which is essentially what we've been speaking about and what Paras was also trying to talk about. You know, setting these local ecotourism homestays. So this basically talks about that. You know, you can look at that. The more rural you go, the footprint is lesser. So the nature of accommodation that you choose is always going to help. Moving on, the food. So this is the mapping of the food, be it on your trek, be it on your cycling expedition, trekking expedition, or mountaineering expedition. You already know the food that you consume. We all have our ration checklists. Again, this is the beverage food consumption, and this is a summary. So as you can see, the biggest chunk is travel, and followed by accommodation and then food. So this is just a sample mapping for trek. for my own homestay in Spiti, we created another framework, which was to see how effective our measures in building that place were, whether the numbers actually stacked up or not. So this is like a sample mapping of a lodge. It begins with how many people we hosted, percentage occupancy, how many rooms, all of that data. That's what it begins with. This is the data from 2022. And then let's say we talk about, you see how much grid electricity. You can choose to enter this data in a more detailed manner. You can do monthly, you can do yearly. We just decided to do annually. I think everyone knows how much electricity you're consuming. Everyone knows if you're put a certain amount of solar capacity. So that is that, followed by food and water. The source of water is important. If you have a local source, or whether you're having piped water or everything, in getting that water to your tap, there is a certain amount of emission involved. So the source of water becomes another factor, along with the amount that you consume. Moving on to waste, nature of your waste, how much waste, and whether you're recycling it, not recycling it. And this is what we got. So we got a data of about 1.6 kilogram of CO2 emissions per person per night, which is for our place in Spiti. And this allows me to finally quantify whether the measures that we did, we are completely off-grid. We are not using any single-use plastic. There's a garbage segregation plan. And we don't have any electrical heating in place. So all of that. So we can actually see that, just to put this number in context, an average hotel in Delhi, say, would have a carbon footprint of about 40 kilograms. So 40 kilograms versus a 1.6. That's the difference we are talking about. So, I mean, we've all heard carbon neutral and all of that. So the journey begins here. You can only go to a net zero or a negative or a neutral if you know your numbers. If you don't know your numbers, you can't do that. So, yeah. So the battle begins at measuring, and that's what we're trying to do. And hopefully we'll move to a more maybe neutral or a negative or a zero pretty soon. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mohit, for sharing those carbon mapping accommodations. And now we call upon Mr. Muzammil Hussain, who is the native of Kargil, and he's co-founded Roots Ladakh in 2013 to redefine Kargil beyond its war-torn image. When Kargil comes in our mind, it's always the war that pops up. With a background in management, design, and research, he's a climber, trekker, and wildlife enthusiast. He has his own travel company and serves as an outdoor and culture guide, museum curator, wildlife conservationist, and storyteller. He has been featured in the TEDx speaker as well, and he has the dedication to sustainable travel, earned him a spot among 50 amazing ambassadors of sustainable travel and 50 people to know in the Himalayas. So he's the right man that we have asked for from Himalayas. Please help me welcome Mr. Muzammil Hussain, who is going to talk about the conservation and adventure tourism. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Salam and Jule to everyone. Hanji wala. So, my name is Muzammil, and I am from a place called Kargil in Ladakh. And as you just heard that Kargil is a region which people normally associate with a region which has been war-ridden. And at Roots, our vision has been to change just that preconceived notion about Kargil and trying to bring it on the world tourism map. And our effort has been to do that in a responsible manner. So for the last 10 years, we've been trying to sort of develop sustainable travel experiences in Kargil. And in that journey of exploration of our region, we stumbled upon something which was very interesting and unique. A species called the Himalayan brown bear, which is also known as Drenmo in our local language in Purgi or in Ladakhi. And as the name suggests, the Himalayan brown bear is endemic to the Himalayan region. And it's sparsely sort of spread out across the Himalayas, the Hindu Kush, and the Karakoram, with just less than 900 of them remaining in the wild today. Kargil is one of the few remaining habitats of this critically endangered species. And of course, to realize that having, okay, I'm just going to get the mic because I think I'm too short for the dice. Hello. 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 Am I audible? Okay. So of course it was very interesting and exciting for me to realize that there are these bears, brown bears in our own backyard. So, and I was very fortunate to have my first sighting of the Himalayan brown bears back in 2016 in the high mountains of Dras, where we operate and work today. And of course, having such an interesting species in our backyard, we realize that there's sort of immense potential from a tourism standpoint that we can promote this species, because normally when we talk about wildlife in Ladakh, it's mostly we talk about the snow leopard, and here is a species which is so rare in numbers. It's rarer in numbers than the snow leopard, and yet nobody knows about it and nobody's talking about it. So of course we saw there's immense potential in promoting this as a tourism product, but there was also a flip side to this story. What we realized was that there was also a very acute issue of very negative human brown bear interaction, specifically in the region of Dras, where bears were coming frequently closer and closer to human habitation, searching for food. And there's been a lot of cases of livestock depredation, meaning they were killing a lot of livestock of the locals, a lot of damage to their property, and in many cases there were also incidents of retaliatory killings by the locals. So as you see in this, if I may play this in short footage. There's no audio. So this is a family of bears depredating on a horse just right outside a village in Dras. And this is a result of this sort of negative interaction. So, as a conscious business, of course, we could not just, ignore this concern and issue and kind of take advantage and take this opportunity for our own profits. We were kind of bound by our own value systems to kind of help protect these species and also support the local community in helping them mitigate this issue and try and change this mindset about the animal, because while for us this was an opportunity, for them these bears were a nuisance and a liability. So we had to sort of intervene and become a part of the community to help change this perception about the animal. So, with that sort of vision and aim in our mind, we started promoting and operating wildlife tours in our region, in the region of Dras. And we also in parallel started a small conservation project, which was community-centered conservation project called Project Drenmo in 2017. And while we were very passionate about the conservation work, we obviously did not have any funds, and we did not know even where to look for the money. And also as a business, while this was a very unique offering, we had a very hard time really understanding this product, how to position it, how to price it, and how to promote it. So we really struggled in the beginning. So after like many failed attempts, we kind of went back to the drawing board and tried to reposition and rethink. So that's when we really realized that our differentiator was not just the species, but the story of the species and the region where it existed. So we realized that having this very unique story attached and this cause attached to this offering was making it resonate with a lot of people. So that's when we really, that's what was really our differentiator. So, today we operate out of a 6-room property called Renmo Lodge in Dras, where we cater to a very niche but premium segment of people who are not just wildlifers, but people who are, seeking very immersive and meaningful experiences and who are genuinely driven towards, experiences which have a grassroots impact. So these are people who are normally, very sensitized towards regional and cultural nuances. So for example, in a region, they're sensitive about what to wear, what to eat, how to conduct themselves, and even they're very open to philanthropy. So overall, the experience and the engagement with the local community is always very, very positive. So in terms of the operation, so as you know, Dras is a region and Kargil overall is a region. We are trying to operate in an area which was very alien to the concept of tourism. So there was hardly any infrastructure, supporting infrastructure, especially in terms of skilled human resources which are available there. So what we've been doing is that we've been trying to invest and in developing local talent. Whether it is the naturalists who are working at the lodge, the wildlife spotters who work with us, and even the housekeeping and the service staff, while it is not possible for us to have 100%, rather than bringing non-local resources from the town close by. So what that is doing for us is that we are maybe in some way contributing to the local economy and supporting the community, but in turn it's helping us build that goodwill and trust among the community, and also in the long run helping us bring down our operational cost also to some extent. And then the other experiences that we are doing is that, what we are doing is that we are investing a lot, or we are developing a lot of local experiences. So of course, at Renmo Lodge, the experience, the highlight of the experience is to view the brown bears in the region. But the whole fact that you are in the heart of a brown bear country, in an area which is so off the beaten trail, with such deep history and culture, makes the experience very wholesome and meaningful. So a lot of the experiences that we curate are in the homes of locals in the villages, around the food, around crafts, and around music. And that not only gives a very unique experience to the guests, but at the same time, it's creating an alternate source of income also for the locals, and also helping revive the local cultural heritage of the region as well. And then another step that we have taken towards sustainability is that we are actively part of the conservation ecosystem, which means that being stationed in that heart of the brown bear country, we are probably the only people who have our eyes and ears 24/7 on the wildlife species. And this is a critically endangered species, and we are able to collect a lot of valuable information and insight on the species. So one of the things that our spotters are basically people who are watching and looking out for the wildlife, especially the bears in the field out, who are mostly locals in our area. So what they do, the job we have given them is that they, every day, the number of sightings that they do and all the bear movements that happen, they record it in a register. So what that is doing is that we are able to collect all this data, which we are now able to share with the local researchers and conservation biologists and even the wildlife department. This can be anything from movement of wildlife, a number of depredation cases or incidents, and also hibernation patterns of the bears. So this is the kind of information that we are able to share with them. And because we are spending so much time in the local community, we have on-ground knowledge about what is working and what is not working in terms of mitigation measures. So we are able to advise the department also, and over time many of these recommendations have also been implemented. So in the coming season, we are actually working with some students of the University of Ladakh who are doing population and habitat mapping, and we are helping them with collecting data on field through camera trap mapping. So this is how we are trying to be a part of the conservation ecosystem as well. And I think the most critical step that we have taken towards sustainability is that we have committed 10% of our annual profits into our conservation work and have registered a trust called the Himalayan Brown Bear Trust. So the idea is that to consolidate all our work that we are doing, whether it is outreach work, whether it is upskilling or livelihood, whether it is advocacy, whether it is conflict mitigation. We want to consolidate everything under one window and operate all our programs through the trust. And with the decision of establishing the trust, what it has done is that it has strengthened and sort of reinforced our commitment to the conservation work. And now with the money that, like the proceeds that are coming in to the trust from Denmo Lodge, we are able to actually carry out all our projects, streamline them, and actually hire people full time, without waiting for a third party to give us money to conduct these programs and projects. And I think more importantly, what it has done is that it has given our work credibility and legitimacy to our work. So for example, recently after we showcased some of our projects to one of our guests at the lodge, she was kind enough to donate a very healthy sum of 5 lakh rupees towards the trust, which has, which are obviously we're going to use it in the next coming season for the conservation work. So essentially it has opened many doors for us. Now we are able to even reach out to other sources of funding like, CSR grants and government grants. And it has essentially opened up all the, a lot more avenues for us. So this is how we are trying to operate and, stay relevant and do business in an area. But I think, just to close, I think sustainability for us at least, I feel that it's not something like a choice, but more of a sort of a survival strategy to say that, it's not only about being socially or ecologically conscious. I think we are also trying to sustain in an environment which is so sensitive to, natural and geopolitical setbacks. The circumstances that we are in today is forcing us to think outside the box, whether it is the travel experiences that we are curating or even the operational strategies that we are adopting. So with that, I would like to say thank you, and thank you very much, ATOAI, for giving me this platform to share our story. I hope this was meaningful and fruitful to some of you, and have a great day. And I'm happy to talk and discuss more if everybody is interested after during lunch break. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us closer to the Himalayas once again. Now we would like to welcome Ms. Anusha Subramaniam, the founding partner of Bohemian Adventurers LLP. She is an accomplished journalist and a mountaineer, and she has transferred various subjects ranging from current affairs to commerce to the glitz of Bollywood. And she's a strong advocate for the inclusion of persons with disability in the outdoors, advocating for societal coexistence. And that also, she has led the first inclusive climbing expedition to Mount Kilimanjaro, which had 3 blind men and 10 sighted individuals. A big round of applause for her. She's also a TEDx speaker, and her ethos are that if mountains don't discriminate, why should we do, the society should do that? And she's dedicated to bring the change she wishes to see in the world. So please help me welcome Anusha Subramaniam. She's going to talk about the accessibility, a priority and a business opportunity as well. Please help me acknowledge and welcome Shri Arvind Singh, IAS. He's a former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, and Chairman, AAI. Welcome, sir. It is indeed our pleasure that you are here. Thank you so much, sir. You'll need this?
I might.
Okay, so when you need this, you just switch this on. Okay. Otherwise, there'll be buzzing from both the sides.
Sure. Yeah. Or I'll do it over here. I'll do it here. I'll do it here. Good day to everyone. Am I audible? Good day to everyone, and I hope you've had a very interesting sessions, and I hope you like mine as well. It's going to be very different. We're talking about sustainability, and for us at Bohemian Adventures, it's sustainability intertwines with diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. It basically emphasizes the fact that, you know, it's also a necessity, and when you intertwine diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, it automatically, your business also becomes sustainable. We are actually a company, when we started with this ethos of curating exclusive mountain experiences, and these are curated by us women. And it was something that we also started with our own personal experiences of having been solo travelers and what was being missed. And therefore we decided that, you know, everybody is taking people on treks. We're a late entrant, so what is it that we could do different? And we decided we will these mountain experiences that we give people will be curated by us in a manner that it would be it would be an experience that people will take back home. I'd now like to play this video to talk about how we kind of make inclusion a part of our treks. And inclusion, you'll see this video. The video actually showcases a diverse set of individuals. This is our expedition to Kilimanjaro with 3 blind men. We had 2 from India and 1 from Israel, and we had 10 sighted people. I did this as a part of, in the sense that I did it with Summiting for Hope and another organization, NGO, which actually promotes adventure sport among persons with disability. The video isn't playing. Okay, it started. And there's no audio in the video. Now, this was a trek that I did to EBC, and this gentleman has Parkinson's. He was from UK, and he'd done a trek with us in August 22. This is tandem cycling, me captaining a blind lady who wanted to cycle across the city of Bombay in the night. So that is how we do inclusion. And inclusion for us is very important. It is along with taking people along with you and actually and inclusion for us is, you know, it basically is including people of all ages, abilities, diversity, and gender. Guys, it's not working. It's not working. आगे क्यों नहीं जा रहा?
वीडियो नेक्स्ट
हो गया ना वीडियो? अटक गया क्या? It's not moving.
नो प्रॉब्लम आप हटिए
Empowered Adventure Inclusion the Bohemian Way. This is about actually diversity, equity, and inclusion. So when we talk of diversity, inclusion, it is also, we don't only curate experiences for women, we also have men going with us on our treks. We have children going. We have children of all ages, men and women of all ages. Inclusion also means senior citizens for us, which is a large percentage of our clientele. Inclusion also means for us that we have women guides and we also have women cooks with us. And when we talk of diversity, when we talk of inclusion, it's inbuilt into our itineraries as well, that our guides, cooks, all of us, we stay in the same place where our clients stay, so that the clients are also given this experience of, talking to our guides who come from villages. We've been sponsoring a lot of women from Uttarakhand now to mountaineering institutes. We sponsor them for their courses so that we can then train them and they come back into the workforce. We are looking to kind of build a group of women guides, and that too from the local community. So for us, Inclusion the Bohemian Way is also building this community that we are looking at from all aspects. Now, why inclusion? Making adventure accessible to everyone. Now, I can share a little small example of me being a chronic asthmatic, and I was always excluded, and I was told that, you've no business being in the mountain, or I've been asked, do you know how to take care of yourself if there's something that goes wrong with you? That somehow stuck with me, and I felt that, no, when I do something in the mountains, or if I'm going to take this up as a profession at some point in time, I want to introduce as many people to the mountains and as many people to the outdoors. People who think they can't, we have to kind of take them and make sure that they can. And they go back with this feeling that, they can, and they'll come back to you. So we have kids who go with us on their birthday treks. They celebrate their birthdays in the outdoors. The center photograph here I'd like to say is this mother with a 10-year-old non-verbal autistic child. When she actually got in touch with me, she mentioned she wanted to go with her son on a trek. And I said, sure, you could come along. And then she paused, and then she said, I have a 10-year-old non-verbal autistic child. Will you take him? Because, he's been rejected by most companies. So I said, by all means. And I made this trek inclusive in a manner that it was very seamlessly integrated with 6 able-bodied people who I did not mention to them that there is going to, I briefly said, there is a kid with autism and his mother is going to be there, but nothing more than that. And when I say seamlessly integrate, even when I take blind people on a trek, when we do that, we do not emphasize too much on their disability or anything. We let our clients experience them. And what happens is that it builds camaraderie between the clientele, and then they automatically kind of, take to them. So I've had blind people on my trek where able-bodied people have automatically seen how we take them on a trek, and they kind of chip in for you if you're handling another client. So it's built a lot of unity, and this community is just kind of, I'm just trying to build this community where able-bodied and persons with disability come together in the outdoors, and it's a different feeling altogether actually, because what able-bodied people can learn from persons with disability or persons with medical condition is that they are far more resilient, they're far more risk-taking, they're far more confident. And that is something that I've been learning every time I go with them. And we at Bohemian Adventures, we've kind of, what started for us with persons with disability is extended now to, take along with us persons with medical conditions, kids with medical conditions, working with mental health therapists to be able to take kids with ADHD, autism into the outdoors, because they are seldom, they've always been kept away from the larger society, and for them, getting them out is an embarrassment. I mean, these are aspects that people have told us, parents have shared with us, that we're scared how people will react to them. And putting all these learning and, thought process of parents, we decided that we need to give them a welcoming environment where they feel belong to. And same is the case with senior citizens who came to us and they said, many of them are not very confident taking us. You girls will. So we said, yeah, we are. We trained to take you people. So we are confident of taking you. So the whole idea when we started with this, we had to be different. And when we started with this inclusion aspect, the whole idea was to make people welcome and make them feel belong to, where you're not kind of feeling left out or anything of that sort. So based on that premise, we said, let's go on. I mean, and it's a gradual learning process for us as well. Every time I go on a trek, it's a new learning experience. We come back with some learning and then we apply that back into the business. And when I say that we do inclusion, diversity, and we're making our business sustainable by making it also means for us a business with purpose. We are not doing charity, and for charity, we do charity where we're sponsoring girls. We do raise funds for NGOs through our adventure treks. But most of the treks that we curate is for business, and this is how we do it. We do it with a purpose. And if you've seen the last photograph was with Milan Soman, the reason that we added that photograph was that we actually led him to Everest Base Camp in 2017. And when he was a host for a show, which was being hosted, which was aired on NGC, and we were the trekking partners. And that was why we thought that since he was here yesterday, we must kind of use that picture. We're very proud of having taken him to Everest Base Camp. So basically, when I say it's business with a purpose, it was very clearly that we are here to do commercial business, but we'd also like to make it more impactful when clients come with us. So now we've established ourselves as a company which believes in inclusion, which believes in diversity. We have our guides come from various diverse backgrounds, and we train them in communication skills. We train them how to, deal with clients. And what it has done is that most people who come with us have sometimes they ask for a guide, or they at least inquire about them कि वो ठीक है, उसकी मतलब अच्छी चल रही है उसकी ज़िंदगी, even if they are not in that trek. So what we've been able to build is create this impact when they go back and share their experiences, journeys with the others. And so that's how we at Bohemian Adventures do. And we're hoping to create this community wherein we have more women, taking up adventure as a profession. And thank you so much, ATOAI, for giving me this opportunity to, showcase the work that we do. And hoping to answer any questions that people might have, and we're around here, so feel free to get in touch with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. We'll now like to welcome Mr. Ashish. He is the consulting CEO of FAITH, the Federation of Associations in Indian Tourism and Hospitality, the policy platform of the 10 National Tourism Associations of India, and the founder of Strategy Pluto. Over 25 years, Ashish has handheld governments and companies in their visioning, policy, and business strategy. He was earlier with E&Y leading the business advisory efforts for tourism, travel, and hospitality, and he is going to talk about Sustainability and Strategy in the Great Outdoors. Please help me welcome Mr. Ashish Gupta, Consulting CEO of Faith. Welcome.
Namaste. Thank you, Ajit, Vaibhav, and ATOI team. I must confess right up front that I'm a last-minute addition on this particular module. And somebody said a couple of that, आप तो बहुत अच्छा बोलते हो, आप किसी भी topic पे बोल लोगे. And I was like, हाँ ठीक है. And then when I saw the presentations in the morning, I got so scared because so much content of real value has been covered, and I was wondering what is it that I can add. So here it goes. Let me try and give over the next 8 to 10 minutes a strategic spin to it, because I'm a strategy and a vision guy. Okay, all right. So, Mark Twain has said that there are two main instances in a person's life: when we are born and when we realize why we are born. I would like to add a third instance of when we today realize of why we need to save the earth. And I think if that we absorb in all of us at an individual level, at an association level, at a governmental level, central or state, I think that will be a very big realization. Now, why is that important? That's why probably. Is it this? No. It's a happy note, don't worry. Okay, I'm happy. All right, so why is it important? You heard the reference of COP28, which is Conference of Parties of 28, which was held in Dubai, I think 10 days back. Just for a quick reference, that is the body which decided upon the net zero targets, that by 2050, the Earth will be a net zero emitter. During that conference, a key concern emerged. And within this room, I'm sure there are no reporters, a key concern emerged that the conference was headed by oil-producing nations. And as was rightly pointed out in the morning, which is the biggest emitter, fossil fuels. With a large degree of hesitation, they agreed to put in the statement saying, the last day, that there will be a phase out of fossil fuels. But unfortunately, a target and funding mechanism for that phase out has not been set. So I'm sure all of us can wonder now, अगर इतने बड़े-बड़े nations और इतनी बड़ी companies ने phase out नहीं plan किया, then why should we do? How can we as individuals or governments or organizations do that? But I think that answer will only come from within, all of us. Nobody else can give that answer for any of us. So let's try and see 5 or 6 things that can probably be done. And the first thing is, I would urge all of us to introspect our business model or cash flows. Now, I'll give you an example. A couple of years back, we know this company called Pepsi. Pepsi was a company which was actually criticized for producing drinks which were not good for people. So they did an introspection. They said, we will do 3 kinds of businesses. One which is must for you in terms of your health, one which is good for you, and one which is likable for you. So must for you are all those healthy drinks and all. So here is the point. Please go back and look at all of your business models and your cash flows. Try and find out what is good for Earth, what is must for Earth, and what is bad for Earth. I think there's a possibility in your products you might find there are products which are bad for Earth, but good for your finance. And that's the time when you have to take a bold decision, should you do them or not. And I think that will be really the first step. I was hearing this documentary about Kalpana Chawla, the Indian girl who was from Karnal and who used to look at the stars every day. And at the age of 4, she said, I want to be there. And from the place of Karnal to Punjab Engineering College, the first aeronautical engineer, woman aeronautical engineer, to a university in US to do aeronautical engineering, to the first woman at NASA. And finally, she is with the stars today because of an unfortunate incident which happened. So it's not a difficult thing. It is a difficult thing, but it is something that if you'd like to do for Earth, you should look at your business model. The second thing, and I'm very happy some of the presentations mentioned in the morning about supplier network and ESG. Now, here is where I urge a conference between individuals and ATOI and the government. Ajit, I would recommend that can we as ATOI members consciously identify partners that we can and should work with. It's a very bold decision. Partners who practice good sustainability models. And that is where ATOI should step in. It will be a very bold effort to do and rank those. And if we take it forward, a suggestion to the Ministry of Tourism, that can we look at an earth mark, like a BIS or ISI model, or a gold or wool mark, which certifies organizations on the basis, or not certifies, which gives them the mark on the basis of their sustainability, which will ensure that all the people present here, when they're working with a supplier like that, they're actually confident that they're producing net positive, or net negative carbon footprint. And that's something that ATOI can take forward with Ministry of Tourism. Yesterday, Milind Suman made a very important point, day before yesterday. He said when he was climbing, one of the biggest things he found was a lack of culture of keeping the area clean and sustainable. And here again, if Ministry of Tourism can come in, and we can run campaigns like the way RBI runs, or the way NSDL runs on public safety, on monetary, can MOT along with ATOI look at running campaigns on sustainability. And these campaigns are the ones which can make all the suppliers and entrepreneurs be aware. We saw phenomenal calculation in the morning of how the event became net carbon neutral. And if we run this education campaign, this will be a very, very important aspect. I was seeing this thing about NSG, National Security Guards. After all the 6 or 9 months of training, there's one day where they're all made to sit on the chair which is brought from the Taj Hotel in Bombay, where 2 of our brave Black Cat commandos lost their lives. And they said, after all your training, if you do not have the culture of being a Black Cat, you will never succeed. So I think it's very important for us to build that culture among all of us as adventurers and among the bigger ecosystem. Can we look at changing the game? Now, what does that mean? We are very, I think we're very fortunate that under the Ministry of Tourism leadership, we have so many state governments which have come in. Can we look at not just becoming the top 10 in adventure? Can we look at becoming a country with at least 10,000 sustainable experiences? And if we, rather than competing with other countries, it's like T20 or 50 over. Can we look at not competing with the rest of the countries on a different adventure strategy? Can we look at saying India will be a land of 10,000, 1,000, 100,000 sustainable adventures and market that globally? And we saw a very important, I think someone made a very important case for a company which gets premium for marketing decarbonized trips. So that's again something with MOT, maybe that can become a talking point for setting the vision between central government, state government, supported by ATOI. Finally, I think over the past 1 week, I heard 2 very interesting points, and I must share with you. Yesterday, I heard Jammu Kashmir, and day before yesterday as well, and I noticed a very interesting thing. I'm sure if you have as well. And I was telling Jammu Kashmir, they had written 75 offbeat destinations in their presentation. I have not seen that written anywhere else. I think it's a very interesting thing to be focusing on, not just destinations, but 75 offbeat. And that day in Gujarat tourism, I heard about how they're developing destinations around the main destination, which will help dispel the crowd. So the concern for India is that the current destinations are overloaded, and the only reason or the only solution for that is if we create more supply, more offbeat destinations, and reduce, which can handle better carrying capacity or reduce the load on the current ones. That's it. I just had these 5 or 6 key points. leaving you with one small thing here. If you look at a number, say 2,22,202. Now, in this number, the first 2 lakhs, is different from the second 2, which is 20,000, different from the third 2, which is 2,000, or the last 2, which is just a 2. That's their place value. But the face value of all of these numbers is just 2. So irrespective of whatever businesses we are in, whatever designations we have, whatever work we do, we are all earthlings. This is our contribution. We can all do better. And Neeraj Chopra said other day that I will try to become better. Now, for me to imagine somebody who holds a world record and already is the best is saying I can try to be better, I'm sure we all can be as well in our contribution to Earth while working together with central government, state governments, and ATOAI. Namaste, Jai Hind, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I would call for Shri Tejbir Singh Anand to give away the shawls to the wonderful industry stalwarts we had. Can we have on the stage Ms. Soiti Banerjee, Mr. Indranil Roy, if he has gone somewhere, he'll be over here in some time, Mr. Paras Lumba, Mr. Mohit Gulia, Mr. Muzammil Hussain, Ms. Anusha, and Ashish. Can all of you be on the stage over here? Yeah, you can come up. Ashish? Oh, okay, they're here. We wish to acknowledge you for your presence and for your knowledge sharing as well. Come, all of you. Yes. Can you come forward a bit? Yes. Come over, Ajit. At least in the frame, you can be there. Thank you. You have, okay. Green. Do you want a hand yellow? Okay, you're getting a yellow. No worry. आशीष वो मेरा वाला पिंक जैसा सीन हो गया ना आशीष मेरा वाला पिंक वाला सीन गो 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 अजीत Thank you so much. Can we give a bigger round of applause to all of them? Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have a trailblazing Indian mountaineer who edged her name in history as the youngest woman to conquer Mount Everest. Guesses? Great. Thank you so much. Yes, please welcome Purna. She's a testament to her indomitable spirit and resilience. And this happened, the climbing of the mountain and getting onto it, because of the guidance of her mentor, Shekhar Babu. So special thanks to him as well. And currently, she's also taking care that she wants to pursue her passion for adventure and has climbed other challenging peaks. And because of her lovely physical prowess, she is able to give a note to people that dream big, not only big, but dream high as Mount Everest. Welcome Purna Malawat from Telangana.
Excuse me. Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone. So, yes, I'm Purna here. So, before I tell about my experience, mountaineering experience, I would like to share about my family background and where I came from. So, my village is Pakala. Like I can say, a girl from tiny village to a top of the world, Mount Everest. So, a village called Pakala, which doesn't have any kind of facilities like transportation, hospitality, and like anything. Even you never imagined that till today also we don't have a network. I think that was my advantage to focus on my dreams and whatever I want to achieve in my life, education. So that's I think my advantage. And yes, my parents are farmers, Devidas and Lakshmi. They are farmers, and I have a brother who is a civil engineer. First slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so yes, my first achievement is, of course, Mount Everest. But I started my journey back in Bongir. My first step, rock climbing. So my first step, yes, Mount Everest. When I was 13 years, 4 months, I started my journey. And I reached Mount Everest when I was 13 years, 11 months in 2014. So that was my first achievement after, almost eight months of training and hard work. And then after Mount Everest, I took the challenge of 7 summits, and I've done 7 summits last year, 2022. June 5th was my 7th summit, Mount Denali. And I was so happy and lucky climbing Mount Denali along with Mr. Ajit Bajaj sir and Diya Didi, his daughter. That was, I've learned so many things from him, like so many skills, so many personal, whatever, many things I've learned from him. He's one of the inspiration to me. And then, yes, after 7 summits, I've also climbed few other Indian mountains as well. My last year's summit was Virgin Peak, unnamed, unclimbed peak, which was 6,000 meters. And then recently this year, a few months ago, I led a team to Mount Everest Base Camp, which was 22 members. Like, I mean, from my school students, where I did my schooling, students from, like, where I did my schooling, and other, other family, many people. And yes, that was, and this is the pictures of 7 summits, 7 continents' highest mountains. The journey of 10 years. Yes, and those, those achievements have taken me to this level My name was promoted on Indigo Airlines in 2017 as part of movie release. And yeah, always feel, it's a pride moment for me and memorable memory for me in my life. And as I told, my journey started at rock climbing, with rock climbing in Bongir. The first step of my life when I was 13 years, 4 months. I got the opportunity from my school. I was in 9th grade in a social welfare residential school, government school. So I got the opportunity to learn rock climbing from the school. Then there I started the first smell of rock. And that was so amazing. First time I came out of from my town. Like I never imagined, a town that I came from. I never imagined that I will come out of, my zone, like my village or hostel. But that was a different experience for me. But very first day I was scared to start my, rock climbing. That was like Asia's second highest monolithic rock. It was 650 feet, and I scared. The very first day when I saw the rock, I was scared. Oh God, how to climb? Kaise climb karte yaar? So, because till that moment I've seen only small stones back in my hometown or in my school. But that's the first time I scared of, climbing that rock. Instructors and my coach, Mr. Shekhar Babu sir, they're telling me, they gave instructions how to climb the rock and what precautions we have to take. But, it was still scary, because I hope you all know that when we start something, obviously we'll have a fear. Personally, I had so much fear, but once I started, I was like thinking, I came till here, this is the first opportunity for me to do something, in my life. And I motivated myself, and I started the first step. And then after 5 days, how courageous I became. I became so courageous, like I can do anything in my life. So that was a 5 days course actually. Then I never imagined that, I never even thought of I will select for next course, like basic and advanced mountaineering course. I've gone, this is Ladakh picture, and on the right, that is a basic advanced mountaineering course. We have learned many things, and that was the first time I have seen, I think everything is, excitement for me, because first time I saw the snow, and it was like walking in a snow is like, walking in a heaven. So I think every moment is special for me, being a girl from a tiny village. These all, unforgettable moments for me. And then we are, I think especially you all are from mountaineering background, so we need, high altitude survival. That was, winter expedition. We went for winter expedition. Technical climbing skills and navigation skills, as well as crisis management and decision-making skills are important. So we have gone all those training before Mount Everest summit. Then, yes. So, obviously everybody know I climbed Mount Everest from Tibet side. So, it was so tough being a 13-year-old. I've gone through many, difficulties, challenges during Mount Everest expedition. I think training is a different part, but during my training, I used to always tell, my colleague, Mr. Anand Kumar, when we were training, when we are in training, I used to tell him that Mount Everest चढ़ने के लिए इतना training चाहिए क्या? You never imagined that we used to jog like that training, like mountains training part is different, but physically and mentally, we have to become very fit. So during that training, I used to tell him that, अरे Mount Everest चढ़ने के लिए इतना training चाहिए क्या? But during Mount Everest expedition, yes, I got realized that that is very less. We have to train so much. So this is one of the moment you can see. I think that's one picture that I got a beautiful picture. So this is North Col. Personally, for me, it was one of the toughest part during Mount Everest expedition because it was very steep. So I felt that part is very different. And sometimes I've gone through, like, I felt low during expedition sometimes, but I used to motivate myself. Are itna karke aaya, we have to make it possible. Like, I used to motivate myself because I think we will get motivation from many people, but that self-motivation is always important for me. That's what I realized. That's what I do always. So there are many, like this is Mount Denali picture on my left, and I went for a skiing course as well in 2019. So I would like to share few things. As my coach, he spoke before earlier, and many people have spoke. Yes, I think every mountain is different story, different difficulties we will get. We will have different difficulties. So same way, during my all 7 summits and few other Indian expeditions and other mountains, I've gone through many different experiences and challenges. So, but my all expeditions are favorite, but I can say I've learned so many from all the expeditions. Before this mountaineering journey, Purna is, she doesn't know anything. But during my, mountaineering journey, I've learned so many things that, especially I would like to talk about Mount Denali. So I would say this is something different expedition for me, because in some mountains we will not get porters, to support us. But Mount Denali, yes, Mount Denali, we will not get support from porters. We have to carry each and everything our own, like almost 40 kgs weight. Like we have to pull the sledge, and it was so difficult for me, even though I was fit physically and mentally. Sometime, during climbing from one camp to another camp, one day I was so low. I was slow and low. I don't know what happened, but I think teamwork is also important, in any activity in our life. But my team helped me out so much, and I'm very thankful to them. And I think every step is very challenging, and yeah, I think, yeah. And also, I've climbed Kilimanjaro twice. One is with my school students, like of my friends from the school where I did my schooling and all that in 2017. And also in 2021, I went again to lead one person, a celebrity, we can say celebrity heroine. So I climbed twice, and I want to share about a Virgin Peak in Ladakh as part of Project Shakti. That was a different experience. Like known routes are always, we can take what equipments we need and what kind of, precautions we have to take, that we can get, the instructions earlier only. But Virgin Peaks, we have to open the route, and we have to take each and every equipment, because we doesn't know what we can use. So that is a different experience for me, being a climber. And then the other experience is, as a climber is a different experience, but leading a team is more responsible, I think. So that was, we have to take care of everything. We have to be, be alert every time. And that also I got an experience, like, I've learned so many things from these 10 years of journey. And yes, so I have learned these 10 commandments from my school, that I am not inferior to anyone. I shall be the leader wherever I am. I shall do what I love and be different. I shall always think big and high. I shall be honest, hardworking, and punctual. I shall never blame others for my failures. I shall neither beg or nor cheat. I shall repay what I borrow. I shall never fear the unknown, and I shall never give up. I think I'm not inferior to anyone is, maybe that's true. Nothing can stop if we have a clear vision and, big dream. So, of course, I used to remember these commandments every time whenever I feel low or whatever. So, I used to motivate, as I said, I used to motivate myself, remembering these commandments. And I remember my coach always would like to, he always used to remind me that, Purna, going up is only halfway. You must have to descend down safely, then this, achievement is successful. So he always used to, tell me. So I think everything will run in my mind. Some recognitions, yes, of course, movie is released in Bollywood movies made on my life story, which runs on two parallel stories, Ordinary and Extraordinary. And that was released in 2017, and the biography on my name, Purna. Yeah, after Mount Everest summit, recognized by Prime Minister Ji, and I listed on Forbes as a self-made woman in 2020. And yes, as I spoke earlier, my support system, everything, Dr. R.S. Praveen Kumar, sir, IPS, who was the secretary of all government schools, and who gave me an opportunity to start a rock climbing course, to learn rock climbing, and who supported for, Everest mission. And of course, you all know Mr. Shekhar Babu, the founder and CEO of TARC, Transcend Academy of Rock Climbing. Of course, my guide, and I can say my father simply. So, a path ahead. So, I want to climb mountains until I am able to. And also, I want to take my peers with me. And I want to uplift my community where I came from. And yes, of course, I want to promote sports and adventures especially. And yeah, I want to give back to the society and environment. Obviously, if we climb mountains, obviously we will live our life closer to the nature. So, and here I want to invite, my colleagues, Ms. Anvita and Anand Kumar on the stage, please. My colleagues, please. So now I'm working with, I'm with TARC, Transcend Academy of Rock Climbing. I'm with my coach now in his company, organization. And we all working together now in the same company. So here what we do in a TARC, yeah, we have two academies, locations of training. One is Bongir, which is 40 kilometers from Hyderabad. We teach professional rock climbing. Also, we have a Gandikota, 70 kilometers far from, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. And then, yes, we do domestic and international expeditions, throughout the 7 continents. So that's what, and we train people, we take them for the expeditions and all. Yeah, I think, so my mission and my aim is to create 1,000 more Purnas. 1,000 more Purnas, that's what my next aim. And yes, Ajit sir taught me that face every challenge with a never give up attitude. And I always learn something from him and my coach, Mr. Shekhar Babu. I think I'm very much happy to them to come on the stage, please. Ajit sir and Shekhar sir also. Because they are my backbone, I can say, from the day one till today. So personally and professionally, thank you so much, ATOAI, for for having me here. And thank you all for your blessings. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Purna. Sir, by the way, this is Anand. Purna Anand have climbed together. He's also Everest. Anvita also climbed Everest. Well, so one last line. The Purna's expedition, everyone knows Purna has made a record, world record holder and all. But when we did the expedition, when we planned Purna's expedition, it was not for the world record. It was, we want to show to the society, to the people like her, that if an opportunity is given, if a support is given, people can reach to such standards. That was the aim of the entire mission, what we wanted to show. Sir, the outcome of this, again I'm coming back, it was the decision of one of the IPS officer who was sitting in an IAS post to do this mission. Before Purna, that institution, 1 lakh seats, there were only 10,000, 20,000 students were there, though there were 1 lakh seats. After Purna expedition, now that school offering 6 lakh seats, there are 8.5 lakh applications coming up every year. So that is the outcome of Purna's expedition. That was the aim of that expedition. So that, the part of that mission was Purna who made the record.
All I want to say is that, so Purna now has 3 fathers. Yeah? Her father back home in her village. There's Shekhar, who's father number 2, her coach. And I'm very proud and blessed to be your father number 3.
And as her name suggests, Purna, complete. So we wish you complete blessings and all the very best for all your dedication and your thoughts, your wishes to do more and more in life. Good luck.
Keep inspiring, Purna. Thank you. You're a great role model.
Thank you. And request Ajit to kindly felicitate her.
Sorry, so much Everest being talked. There are other 2 climbers sitting in this chamber, so I thought, please, those 2 also, if you're on the dais, it will be great for a group picture. Sir, Colonel Ranveer Jamwal Saab and Venkat Maheshwari Garu, please.
Welcome once again.
But sir, I promise, I always hear, and I've been promising, I have been talking about promoting Indian Himalayas, not Everest. That is my only, I do logistics in Everest, but my aim is to promote Indian Himalayas.
Thank you so much for that gesture, Shekhar. We'll request to felicitate Purna, please. Can we cheer her with hoots and loud? This wasn't loud. Come on. Take up a spirit. Thank you. Thank you, Purna, and more power to you, girl. With utmost pride and pleasure and due respect, I would now like to call upon Shri Arvind Singh, IS, the former Secretary Tourism, Government of India and Chairman, AAI, to talk about the vision for India Adventure. Welcome, sir. Can we extend a very warm welcome to him? Thank you.
Mr. Jeet Bajaj, Mr. Sudesh Kumar, my former colleagues from the MOT, Rakesh Verma and the team, who are all here, representatives from state governments, all office bearers of ATOAI, and the other officials who've come from MOT and state government of Gujarat and other states. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this annual convention, my 3rd visit to Kevadia, and to be present here and to share my thoughts with you. Uh, all of us know that this year, 23, has been very important for India in many respects. One, of course, was several developments. We are coming out of the G20, the COVID pandemic, then the G20 event which happened, and the chances of recovery that from the pandemic that you have seen in this country, and you must be aware that post-COVID, one of the most badly affected sectors was tourism during COVID. Post-COVID, we are seeing very good recovery in certain parts of the world. In Asia-Pacific region, India is showing the best recovery, and predominantly it is fueled by domestic tourism. And we have experienced and seen the response of domestic tourists to in different parts of the country, near metros to different parts, looking for new experiences. This definitely highlights the growth potential that exists in the country, because we all know that the Indian economy is on a high growth path if compared to different parts of the world which are experiencing recession, slowdown in growth, inflation, wars, other uncertainties. These are not, problems that are going to confront us in the medium and the long term. So all projections are that the Indian economy will continue on its growth trajectory. That will definitely, is music to the sector. All parts of tourism, including adventure tourism. In fact, I have heard some commentators say that at this point, the Indian tourism sector is in a sweet spot because it is ready to take off, and all angles, all indicators point to a very positive outcome and future. So we know that the Indian tourism sector has huge potential for growth. While we have traditionally been known for our culture and heritage, our natural heritage, which all of us know and talk about in the earlier presentations from Ladakh, in what Purna had to talk about, and we have seen that all the natural heritage also has potential to contribute to our tourism. Adventure tourism will be a key driver because the vision of the Government of India, which we have presented, is that the tourism economy has to grow to $1 trillion in the US dollars by 2047, in the next 25 years. Post-pandemic, the Government of India prioritized adventure tourism as a key segment of growth. The National Strategy for Adventure Tourism was brought about, and the National Board for Adventure Tourism was also set up. During the India's G20 presidency, many of you office bearers were there, and we went to different parts of the country, such as we went to Rann of Kutch, we went to Darjeeling, Srinagar, and Goa. And adventure tourism was made as one of the focus areas of the tourism track. Deliberations were held on the sidelines of the second working group at Siliguri. And these deliberations, some of you were present, focused both on the global perspective on adventure tourism, as well as how to promote adventure tourism at the national level. The industry body, Faith, presented a roadmap for adventure tourism, suggesting 20% contribution of adventure tourism in the overall tourism economy in the next 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, adventure tourism has grown exponential worldwide, and tourists are now, especially post-pandemic, visiting destinations which were previously undiscovered. This allows for new destinations to market themselves as truly unique, appealing to the travelers who are looking for a rare and incomparable experience. Adventure tourism is resilient, attracts high-value customers, and supports local economies. The practitioners of adventure tourism encourage sustainable tourism because without a pristine natural environment and meaningful cultural experiences, adventure tourism cannot exist and cannot thrive in the future. Now, we all know that our country offers several avenues for adventure tourism across the four elements of land, water, sky, and air. We have 70% of the mighty Himalayas in India, more than 7,000 kilometers of coastline, 7 major rivers that are longer than 700 kilometers, 70,000 square miles of a desert, sandy desert, apart from the white Rann of Kutch in Kutch and the cold desert in Ladakh. We have 700 sanctuaries and national parks, including 16 tiger reserves. And all these provide ample opportunities for a variety of adventure activities in the country. And we see that adventure tourism is gaining popularity among both domestic and international tourists in the country. People of different age groups, especially the youth, are actively participating in various adventure tourist activities. India is very conducive for trekking, mountaineering, water rafting, bungee jumping, paragliding, hot air ballooning, river cruising, rock climbing, skiing, sailing, snorkeling, wildlife safaris. And we just saw the presentation by Purna, which shows that, given the chance, how even a person who had several inherent handicaps coming from a remote part of the country, not having access to such facilities, she, given the right exposure and training, has reached scaled the highest mountains and many more. She's even done the 7 summits. So in order for India to achieve its full potential, the central government, the states, and the industry, that the ATOI will have to work together. I'm very happy that they have done this convention after the last meeting at Darjeeling. And the national board that has been set up provides a very good platform for the states, the center, and the industry to coordinate with each other. I must compliment the Gujarat government. They have taken tourism very seriously. What you have seen, not only the destination that you're seeing, the Kevadia, the Statue of Unity, which has been set up, and so it provides several learning experiences for all of us in terms of a destination management, how to involve the local community. You see, the local community which did not have access to many things like education and skills, they have all been trained, and the local jobs are all being done by them. The kind of investment that has happened here, or you go to Dhordo, where we did the G20 meeting, and now that has been declared as by the UNWTO as the best example of rural tourism. There are several sites that they have done, and these have been primarily, initiatives by the state government. So this, drives home the point that always when we are in the central government and talking, that the action lies at the state government level. And they will have to really provide the role of the catalyst, the investment, and the funneling of investments. And examples like Run of Kutch or Kevadia show that, if you have the right vision and you have the right plan, I'm sure you'll produce results that are unachievable. So I'm very happy. I came to know that they have signed an MOU with ATOAI. They're thinking about doing a model law, which has been one of the lacuna in promotion of adventure tourism in many states, because even though the draft guidelines have gone to various states, the implementation of regulatory issues and challenges still keep coming up in several destinations. Now, destination development, I was talking to Mr. Shukla, Harit, the secretary, and the state government itself is putting in a large amount of resources to develop new destinations. They have not stopped at, Kevadia and Run of Kutch, but they will be now developing, and the state government is putting its own money. And that just shows the interest that they are showing. So why I'm giving this example is that the role of state government, especially in areas like destination selection, setting up destination management centers, doing the local capacity building, doing the local skill development work becomes very crucial. Of course, I mean, when you're doing all this, there will have to be some, local level infrastructure development required, for which you can either tap. States like Gujarat are not strained for resources. They're not, resource. They have ample resources. They have a good budget for tourism. But states that are strapped for resources can look for central government funding for those local infrastructure development. Even corporate funding can come in for many of these areas. And adventure tourism is one area that many will be willing to fund, even from both the public and the private sector. So the states will have to prioritize and build suitable capacities. They need to identify the potential destinations for adventure tourism and develop them to the highest standards of safety and quality of services. The central government will, of course, provide support for such destination development through its planned schemes. The finalization of a legally enforceable adventure tourism safety framework is essential, and the work on developing a model tourism safety law for guidance of states needs to be speeded up. I'm sure with the MOU that the state has signed, Gujarat can take the lead and show us, how a model safety law for adventure tourism can be enacted as early as possible. Skill development for adventure tourism for operational staff, guides, and others is very important. And this is also an area which is very, because adventure tourism is definitely a tourism activity that provides direct employment and skill benefits to the local community. And that will, provide the kind of buy-in to make this activity sustainable. So that is also an area that needs, attention at the state and local level. At the national level, branding India as an adventure destination to change the perception of the travelers, and they don't look at India as an adventure destination. The awareness of adventure tourism itself is very low. I was at a wedding in South India, and when I told my friends that I was going to Kevadia for the annual convention of the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, they said that, Gujarat, is it an adventure destination? Is Gujarat known for it? So that just shows the perception. Similarly, when you'll talk to travelers abroad, the way we have been marketing India, I'm sure the questions that will be asked, is India an adventure destination? So I think that perception change is required. Increase engagement with international adventure tourism stakeholders, their events and fam trips for tour operators and stakeholders to these new destinations will go a long way, and these are required if we want to change that perception. One thing that we kick-started in the National Adventure Tourism Board was the mega adventure trails, and that is something that I'm sure Rakesh will take it forward, and it will bring India at par with some of the developed nations. And of course, it needs collaboration with several ministries of the national government, states, and the industry to ensure that this concept is operationalized soon. We had the gentleman from Australia who spoke yesterday on the mega trails, and I had a discussion with him last evening at dinner, and he sees a very strong potential in that. And I'm sure if we take the right steps in the correct direction, this is also an idea that will come back with very good results for the country. So I'm very happy that the ATOAI is doing this as a precursor to the Vibrant Gujarat event that will happen next month in January. I'm thankful to them for inviting me, to the government of Gujarat, for the interest that they have shown in promoting tourism in the past, during the G20 and today, and I'm sure this will go on. And I'm sure the states who will be present in the session in the afternoon will gain a lot from them, and they will like to take it forward, because ultimately they will be the ones who have to take it forward in their respective states. And entrepreneurs of the private sector, the central government, and the state governments all have to play a role. And I'm sure adventure tourism will become, enjoy its rightful place and become a very important sector as the Indian tourism economy grows to the 1 trillion level in 2047. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the role of adventure tourism in the growth of our economy. You've been a strength for ATOAI. I request the office bearers of ATOAI to please come on the stage. In recognition of visionary leadership and being a pillar of support for adventure tourism, ATOI is very, very delighted, and it's our proud privilege to award Mr. Arvind Singh Ji with a Hall of Honor. Sir, ATOAI truly appreciates your visionary leadership and friendship that led to the formation of National Strategy for Adventure Tourism and a board for adventure tourism as well. May I request all of you to stay back for a little while, please, while we are at it. We had done a few industry awards yesterday, and we will continue with our awards section while you are all here. So
I would now request Shri Harit Shukla, IAS, Secretary Tourism, Government of Gujarat, to kindly felicitate Shri Arvind Singh Ji. Harit sir. Thank you. And you can stay back, Harit sir, also for the award, giving away the awards. Kindly stay back.
May I also request Rakesh Verma ji also to join us on the dais, please. Sir, please, can you join us?
Thank you, sir. So we continue with our award ceremony. We have an award, Conservation Champion, which is given in recognition of exceptional conservation practices in adventure tourism, which goes to Run Mangli Foundation. Mr. Anirudh Chowji. Anirudh Chowji is a conservationist and the founder of the Run Mangli Foundation, a registered not-for-profit company. Anirudh founded his foundation to drive environmental initiatives leading projects in wilderness education, community-partnered conservation, habitat restoration, sustainable practices, and his commitment shines through in creating a positive impact on the planet's biodiversity. ATOAI is very proud to recognize their consistent efforts and conservation practices. Anirudh Chowji. ATOAI is also very thankful and very proud of friendship with some of our state governments. We would like to acknowledge them as our friends. The award for Best Adventure State goes to Uttarakhand. We request the team from Uttarakhand Tourism to please come on the stage. Best Upcoming Adventure Tourism State, Gujarat. This has also been shared by Best Upcoming Adventure Tourism State, Arunachal Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, our friend of adventure. Anyone from Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board? Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Government of Punjab. Bihar State Tourism Development Corporation. Yes, please, please come. Uttar Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation. Jammu and Kashmir Tourism Development Corporation. Our friend over here, ATOAI is very proud of their friendship with Indian Association of Tour Operators. I request Sanjay Rajdan, Honorary Secretary, to please come on the stage. We would also like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to our friends from media who are here. Sampan Media Private Limited, Devarata De. Can I please request you to come on the stage? Sphere Travel Media, Rohit Hangal, can you please come on the stage? Saffron Synergies Travel Biz Monitor, Sheldon, can you please come to the stage? Business of Travel Trade, can I request Shreya to please come up? Safari Plus, Shailendra Kesri. Economic Times, Manas Dwivedi. Informa Markets, Kohelika Chaudhary. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. Your passion and dedication are truly commendable. Let's give a round of applause to these amazing individuals and organizations for making a difference in the adventure tourism industry.
Thank you so much, Arsh, and congratulations to all the winners. And now it's time for MOU. A memorandum of understanding on adventure tourism typically outlines the terms, objectives and responsibilities between parties involved in promoting or managing adventure-related activities. It may cover aspects like safety protocols, environmental conservation, revenue sharing, promotional strategies, liability, agreements and collaborative efforts to enhance the adventure tourism industry. Now, for the MOU, I would like to welcome Shri Ashwini Kumar Pandey, IS, Special Secretary Tourism and MD, UPSTDC. And the MOU will be done with ATOAI. Welcome, sir. We extend congratulations and good wishes for the MOU, and may what we aspire we fulfill for every individual of this country and the state. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. From the west of the country, Gujarat, we now call upon from the east, northeast side, our very own Arunachal Pradesh to present their presentation over here. Please welcome the representatives from the state of Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you.
each other in. नहीं नहीं ये नहीं वो अरुणाचल हाँ और वीडियो कहाँ पे वीडियो भी डाल वीडियो वहाँ से वीडियो वहाँ से ठीक वीडियो लास्ट में डाल यस दिस इज वर्किंग राइट या दैट्स वर्किंग
Very good afternoon to all present here. First of all, I'd like to thank the Adventure Tour Operators Association for the award given to Arunachal as the best upcoming destination. I think with as announced by Honorable CM, the next convention will be held in Arunachal Pradesh. So I expect in this full year, between now and convention, we will have a lot of activities connected to Arunachal, adventure tourism in Arunachal. I'd like to just present a few slides on Arunachal and what are the options available, the spots where adventure tourism activities are taking place. As you are all aware, Arunachal is a land of high mountains, deep gorges, free-flowing rivers and landscapes. And as the Honorable CM also mentioned yesterday, we have all types of terrain and all types of seasons, weather, which we can experience. Arunachal as a state is one of the, I think it's the 7th biggest state by area in India, but by population, we are only about 16, 17 lakhs. So it's a hugely unexplored and unexplored land and pristine land still available without any Okay, these are some of the tourist circuits which are known for in Arunachal. Actually, the tourist circuits concept is more relevant for those who are coming in as foreign tourists, because we have a system of protected area permits. And protected area permits can be issued only for this circuits only. So that's why this is important. For the other domestic tourists coming, we have a system of ILPs, but now the procedures are very simple. It's online, and you can get the application even on arrival. You can apply and get the permit on arrival, so it's not much. These are our main tourism products. I'll just run through this. There are a lot of festivals, as Honorable CM was mentioning yesterday. We are having 26 major tribes and almost about 120 sub-tribes. So there is a variation of culture, cuisine, handicrafts, folklores, everywhere. Almost every 20 kilometers you will see a change in the whole scenario. Among the spiritual tourism spots, we have Parshuram Kund. The ministry has funded us for this project of development of Parshuram Kund. The development activities are taking place. Tawang Monastery, as most of us are aware, this is the second biggest monastery in the world, and it's very important. This is a photo of the Tawang Monastery with the snow. Leisure tourism activities, we have a lot of those activities: nature walks, snowfalls, sightseeing, and other things. This actually is a shot of the Sringetsar Lake, which is just near the border with China. This is actually a lake formed by a landslide due to an earthquake, and actually it has just formed around 30-40 years back. That's what we were told. Some of the adventure tourism activities in Arunachal Pradesh. The assets what we have, as I said, it's the natural landscapes. We have fast-flowing rivers. We have the authentic culture, as well as with the welcoming locals. The various products which we can offer in Arunachal Pradesh, this includes trekking, rafting and kayaking, bird and butterfly watching activities, camping, angling, paragliding, mountain terrain biking. These are the various activities which are being pursued, and a lot of activities are happening in Arunachal. As you are aware, some of you may be aware, Arunachal consists of 5 major river basins: the Kameng, Subansiri, Siang, Dibang, and Lohit. All the 5 basins of this Arunachal, there is a possibility of rafting and kayaking activities, though not over the whole stretch of the river, but at certain stretches. The Siang River is the same river which then joins with other rivers, and then it forms the Brahmaputra and then flows further down. The Siang River is the Brahmaputra main tributary is Siang, and it is then it flows into Arunachal from China. There are some very beautiful camping spots like the Sangti Valley, the Mandala Top. These are all in the western part of Arunachal. Mechuka and Dibang in the eastern part. Anini and Dong Valley, these are also in the eastern part. Actually, Dong Valley is the last village which yesterday Honorable CM also mentioned. It's the last habitable village in Arunachal. I mean, it's the first village in India, and that's the first place which receives sunlight early in the morning. At around 3:30, 4 o'clock, we have sunrise in that area. We have actually 2 developed places for paragliding. One is at Lamdang. This is near Seppa, which is about 200 kilometers from Itanagar, and the other is at Mechuka. Mechuka is otherwise also a very well-known tourist spot. Various trekking trails are also available. Some of these are listed here. Out of this, the 7 Lakes track is well known. And a lot of operators do operate tracks in this area, the 7 Lake track. Angling activities, as I mentioned, 5 major river basins. All of the 5 rivers are having very good fish inside. And this is some of the photos actually of those fishing activities which have taken place in these rivers. Mountain biking, we have certain sections which are very conducive for mountain biking, mountain bikes. That is the Dirang Tawang section. Pake Kisang, this is also an area about 125 to 150 kilometers from Itanagar. It's a very beautiful valley, and it's also a tiger reserve. Part of it is a tiger reserve. Mechuka and then Miao. Miao is a place in the Namdafa National Park, and this is towards the east of Arunachal Pradesh. The wildlife tourism, Arunachal, as I said, it's a pristine land and a lot of forest cover. And we have 9 wildlife sanctuaries, 2 national parks, and 1 biosphere reserve. So you see all types of animals, birds, and also butterflies also large numbers. As I had mentioned earlier, the Namdafa National Park is the home for 4 big cats, the leopards, the snow leopard, the clouded leopard, as well as tiger. All 4 are found in this national park. Actually, you can see a photo of the camera trap capture of the animals. As I also mentioned, birding activities. We have some very good birding spots. The Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary, the Pake Tiger Reserve, it also has beautiful butterflies. The Pake Tiger Reserve is also, the Zero Butterfly Festival is quite well known. It is organized by the Forest Department of Arunachal Pradesh, and covers the part of the Pake Tiger Reserve also. Namdafa National Park and the Mishmi Hills. The prime site, as is mentioned here, is the Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary. That it's towards on the way to Tawang, you will get this Eagle Nest Wildlife Sanctuary. It's a beautiful spot for birding activities. Butterflies, as I was mentioning, Tale Valley Reserve Forest and the Namdafa National Park. Very new varieties of butterflies, frogs, and other amphibians have been found recently in the last 2-3 years in the areas of Arunachal Pradesh. They are being documented by the Botanical Survey and the Zoological Survey. Very endangered species of animals and plants also have been found in Arunachal Pradesh in the recent times. Some of the destinations for adventure tourism, as is shown there, Mechuka. It has a point for paragliding. It's a good spot for mountain terrain biking. It has one of the longest zip lines in the northwest. That's at Mechuka. And there are also a lot of trekking options available in Mechuka. The Mishmi Hills, these are also towards the east of Arunachal. And we have the Mishmi Hills. In that, there are the famous 7 Lake track. Then there is the Jaru Valley track. These are well-known tracks. Then in Tawang also, mountain biking. Recently, we held a Munduro biking event in Arunachal Pradesh, in Tawang, near Tawang. And it was very well participated. Similarly, the Tawang Marathon, this has been started from this year only along in the cooperation with the Army. And this was a very successful event. It was just held about 2 months back in Tawang. there is a very beautiful belly trail, which is a trekking trail. Now, as I was mentioning, the river basins, they are all very good points for whitewater rafting, kayaking, as well as angling. Some of the safety and regulation adventure guidelines which we are following there. We have MOUs generally with the Department of Tourism, with the organization of events to ensure the safety. Then our Department of Tourism is taking special care for capacity building and safety. We have a collaboration with the NIMAS. Yesterday, NIMAS also gave a presentation here. NIMAS is situated in Arunachal Pradesh, so we do have an advantage. We use their skills and for providing search and rescue training and other types of training to the local youth. And guidelines which are prepared by the Adventure Tour Operators Association, we are also incorporating those also wherever possible. Capacity building activities, Honorable CM had mentioned that yesterday in his speech. We have some very good scheme called as the Chief Minister Paryatan Vikas Yojana, under which funding of about 10 lakhs is provided. That about 1 lakh is investment by the entrepreneur himself, 9 lakhs is provided through the bank, and 4.5 lakh is provided through the bank, 4.5 as a subsidy. So a total amount of 10 lakh is given by the government. Is available to the entrepreneur. This can be for starting, improving of homestays or restaurants or some activities connected to tourism. Adventure sports equipment can also be purchased under this scheme. So it's a very important initiative. We have already trained about 300 beneficiaries and in the collaboration with NIMAS for various activities. I'll just lift out. There is a paragliding training activities are also given at NIMAS. We have a basic, intermediate, advanced courses, rafting training, also basic, intermediate and advanced. Search and rescue training, basic, is provided by NIMAS. And mountaineering training also basic, intermediate and so almost about 300 to 350 people, youth are trained for this training. And we are also trying to improve the institutional capacity. We have formed the district units of the Arunachal Tourism Society to help to develop tourism at the local level. We are also associating with the Indian Army wherever possible, since we have a large presence of Army, ITBP and CAPF forces. So we are using their. This is in short the way forward. We plan to develop adventure tourism as a main USP of Arunachal's tourism development. And also we are in the process of creating an adventure tourism specific campaign for marketing and promotion in Arunachal. And high quality and need-based adventure activities, infrastructure and subsidy and revenue sharing models, we are looking into that. As I said, we also have the schemes which are giving support to the entrepreneurs, improving existing adventure tourism products and assets, creation of new adventure tourism products for better revenue generation in the form of maybe adventure zones, and creation of skilled and trained adventure tourism workforce for overall development. I think this overall covers the various aspects of adventure tourism. There are other aspects of tourism like leisure and others which I have not touched in my presentation, since this audience here was more of adventure tour operators. So I limited it to adventure tour activities. So as I said in the beginning, I think since the 16th convention will be held in Arunachal, I think this is the year where we can start activities with the ATOAI straight away, so that by next year we have a big, some big change in figures to show to the operators by the time we have the next convention. Thank you once again for giving me an opportunity. We have a small film on adventure tourism activities. You can show it. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Sri Swapnil Nayak sir, IAS Secretary Tourism, Arunachal Pradesh, to show us the beauty of Arunachal Pradesh and also take up a initiative to plan a tour, adventure trip there. Request Vaibhav to felicitate sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vaibhav. And now we shall proceed for the lunch and get back over here at 2:30 sharp because we need to take up the sessions. Then we have presentations, also the valedictory and the MOT taking up their sessions as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch and come back as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and I humbly request each one of you to kindly take up your seats, please. And after you have made your official calls or calls back home, I request you to put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Thank you. And we shall start this eventful day after the wonderful lunch with Mr. Prateek Gupta. He's going to make a presentation. And Mr. Prateek Gupta represents Adventure Sports Cover 360. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down ASAP, please. Thank you. And also help me welcome Mr. Prateek Gupta so that you can also get warmed up. Thank you so much.
Is there a... No. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think I'll speak quickly about a very big gap in the industry which we are trying to fulfill right now. It's about insurance. I know you just had lunch and this is about insurance, but I'll make sure that this is short, but it's very important for the industry. Right now, so the journey started, I am Prateek. I run this small niche organization called Adventure Sports 360. We we are India's biggest and first adventure safety company. And we do adventure insurance, search and rescue, medical evacuation, heli evacuations, etc. So the journey and why this is important, my journey began 17 years ago when I was doing an expedition. And I was the only Indian back in the day. And we were doing this charity expedition where we raised 100,000 pounds for Indian and Nepali kids. And I was the only one not insured. My parents were worried, and I had nothing else to do. So I realized when these foreigners are doing something so special for us, we as Indians, we have to do something for our own community. And when I came back, I started researching. There was nothing. And it took me 7.5 years to get the first policy in India. And since then, we have insured more than 400,000 people across the world. I'll just quickly give you the stats. We have treated, consulted, evacuated more than 4,500 people, 750 plus air evacuations. We have almost now paid almost $2 million worth of claims, and we have covered 35 plus nationalities. So we save lives, and it's a direct impact to the state tourism, to the mountains, to what we promote in India, because India is lacking in terms of safety, and that's where we have to work. As per model law, this has to be the, I guess this, every package should, and every activity should be, it should be mandatory. I mean, as per, and right now there are no policies, there are no laws where it has to be made mandatory. So quickly this year, we also protect and rescue a lot of people on Mount Everest, especially all our forces also. So this is recently BSF Manaslu expedition as well, which was 100% success. We work with all the institutes, all the defense forces also. So unfortunately, there was a big accident in Nim, Uttarkashi this year. 29 people died, unfortunately, and 27 of them were the students there. We covered every one of them, and all the death claims, everyone was paid for. So we cover more than 550 activities as well. The idea is if every package, so as we say, this is an adventure ecosystem. Operators, clients, as in the professionals, called guides, instructor and porters, and the clients, of course. If all of them are covered, I think we would have one of the best outdoor industry in the world. I don't have to go in the details of it. So right now, there are less trained staff. Of course, if we start protecting the guides, instructors, and porters, they will sensitize the clients. If we take care of the operators, they will sensitize the locals, and it's a vicious circle. So it's a need of the hour. Safety is the most important aspect of outdoors right now, and we are lacking big way in that. We still need a lot of rescue units. We need specialized units for this. We need helicopter units. We need local medical teams, and yes, the right products to protect it as well. So there are these liability policies also, which people are not very keen about. So these are very small things right now, which can actually lead a big difference. Right now, people always ask for, if I come to India, what kind of protection I can get in terms of rescue services. So I'll give you a quick example which can actually justify what I'm saying right now. So we established India's first HAMRC. We call this High Altitude Medical Rescue Center in Ladakh. First on Stoke Kangri and then on Chadar Trek. With the local administration, there used to be double-digit death rates every year. And we set up our own medical tents, doctors, helipads. We also took responsibility of rescue units. So from the local guide, local boys, we gave them equipment, we paid them, and they did a fantastic job. Since then, in last 4 years, the death rate on that particular trail is 0. Every year there was 0 death rate. So, thank you. So it's a need of the hour where if we try sensitizing the clients, of course, cost. Everyone in India is very cost sensitive. The first thing when you lower down the cost is you cut down on safety. But it's actually taken a lot of responsibility off the shoulders of the local government also, because a lot of people used to get rescued by Indian Army, and then it's a whole lot of process. So I sincerely request all the tourism dignitaries, all the respected members to kindly look into it. These are some of the photographs. So if you have, I just want to make it really short. If you have any questions, my team is there, I am there. You can directly approach us, and in case you have any other doubts, let me know. Thank you so much, and thank you ATOI, Ajit sir, Vaibhav, Captain Sudesh for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prateek, for that presentation of yours, and would now request Mr. Prashant to come over. He's from the Allied Safety Equipments Private Limited and will be presenting his presentation over here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today's topic is about importance of the gears in adventure sports. So I'll talk about the land-based adventure gears. Okay, the equipments we choose for adventure gears. Selecting the right gears for an adventure. It's very crucial. So selection, how will you select the right gear for yourself or for your clients? Okay, so many gears you can select as a gender wise also, like. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, it's okay. Okay, for the women's and for the, it's fine, it's okay. I'll continue. Okay, the harness, the backpacks, the helmets are tailored for the men, women, and the kids. Ensure the perfect fit for each body types, minimizes the accident risk. Safety priorities, the proper fit is crucial for the safety. Too tight fitting gear can be uncomfortable during the activity. Okay. For example, helmet, the helmet too big may shift during a fall, risking the head injury. So, selecting the right gears for the different activities. Okay. Now, while choosing your sleeping bag, you'll find this chart on every sleeping bag. What does that mean? Maximum sleeping comfort sleeping temperature, lower comfort limit, and extreme protection temperature. So plus 15 is like maximum sleeping comfort temperature. Minus 9, standard woman, comfortable sleeping temperature. Minus 16 is lower comfortable limit. This is depend on manufacturer to manufacturer, and they use down and different type of synthetic materials. Okay. The importance of the certification, I'll speak a bit about the certification. The certification like EN, ANSI, UIA, that makes quality assurance. The standards for these equipments, the standards for these equipments are very rigorous testing guarantees high quality, okay, and safety compliances, risk mitigation, legal compliances. So the standard of the equipments are very important, and these are some of the standards like C, EN, and ANSI. Okay, a competent instructor and the inspection of the equipment is very mandatory. Okay, thank you very much.
Would now request Shri David Singh, the former office bearer, ATOAI, to kindly present the shawl to both Pratik and Prashant. He's there. Can you call, sir? Madam? Yep. You can come over, Pratik. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would now call for Mr. Sameer Bajaj to talk about marketing and technology for a leaner business model. Welcome, Sameer. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Just give me a second.
Is it here? It's not here, right?
No, no, but I gave it to your team. Can you search MMT Tech?
Just a second. उसमें है? I'll just check there once.
A little change in the program. We'll request Mr. Daksh Sharma to make a presentation on AI-driven digital marketing and branding strategies for adventure tour operators. What is the ideal media mix? And getting the practical knowledge about digital marketing. We welcome Mr. Daksh Sharma, and after that, Mr. Sameer can make his presentation. Can we extend a welcome to Mr. Daksh Sharma, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I do. I just need the folder. Wow.
It's on there?
It's not there. Daksh Sharma के नाम से. इंटरनेट पे कनेक्टेड है तो मैं लिंक खोल सकता हूँ. कनेक्टेड है. हाँ तो ये लीजिए लिंक. ये डालना इसमें नहीं करना. ये इस लैपटॉप पे कैसे भेज सकते हैं? लिंक भेजनी पड़ेगी. हाँ ये नंबर बता. व्हाट्सएप स्कैन कर दो. हाँ अच्छा. Yeah, just give me a minute. I think the presentations are not there. Link D. दिखना चाहिए ना। दोबारा आएगा, दोबारा आ गया। Just खोल दे। इसको play कर। Okay, so
एक मिनट ये देख लो सर, पहले देख लो, यही है ना आपका?
हाँ यही है, बस प्ले कर।
नहीं, एक ही फाइल है उसमें।
हाँ
एक ही है।
हाँ लोड हो रहा है वो थोड़ा। So I was supposed to actually deliver a presentation which was about generative AI, and it's just ironical that the technology always never really surprises and always has things which are a bunch of amazement. So I was actually here to talk about a couple of things which are very relevant for everybody. One is how do we generate more leads as adventure tour operators. Essentially, I was here to talk more about Dhanda. How do we actually get more people in 2024? And what is the impact of generative AI? That's what essentially I do, not only for travel businesses, but primarily across industry verticals. I help them sort of train in understanding the impact of AI. So before I start, I want to just get a quick show of hands. Is there anybody in the room who's not using ChatGPT or has never heard of ChatGPT? So I guess there's one show of hands there, sir. Thank you so much. But is there anybody who's actually using ChatGPT beyond just content creation? Is there anybody who's using another AI tool? Have you heard of Bard? Have you heard of Bing? Is anybody using these tools in the marketing stack? Right, so there you go. That's a context setting. So a lot of people who have been hearing about AI, artificial intelligence, be it in the travel vertical or be it in the adventure tourism space, generally feel that generative AI is equal to ChatGPT. And that's a misnomer that I want to break in a very short presentation today. So keep your phones ready. I was actually supposed to show you some tools which would primarily make your life easier, whether you are creating itineraries for your clients, whether you are creating videos, or whether you're creating presentations. So keep your phones ready. There are a lot of screenshots that you can actually take. And trust me, these tools are going to be very handy. Once you step into 2024, it's going to make your life much easier. Well, I hope this loads now because I've got the presentation ready. Yeah, so these are the two questions that I was talking about. How do we actually bring more clients in the adventure travel space in the age of generative AI? And does our digital marketing. So if you look at digital marketing for boutique travel operators, largely what we do is we rely on Google Ads, we rely on search engine marketing. Does that need to change as we step into the next year? So that's the kind of question that we'll try to answer today. That's how the space is changing. Till about last year, I used to say that I am going to Google for my travel. And now I'm using potentially ChatGPT for all my travel. Next year, is it going to be AI planning all my travel journey? Be it the AI that is used on OTAs like Make My Trip, or be it ChatGPT, or any other generative AI tool. So are they really going to plan the trips for us? And what is going to happen for us as travel agents if AI is going to come into consideration? So I think that with AI, the biggest change is going to be, the focus is going to shift from clicks to conversion. अगर आप एक यूज़र का जर्नी देखते हो, वो गूगल पे सर्च करता है ले के ट्रिप के लिए, स्पीति की ट्रिप के लिए, और फिर वो सर्च इंजन पे जाके देखता है कि मैं किसके ऊपर क्लिक करूँ. But instead of that, the user's behavior is going to change from click to conversion. I'll show you a quick example in terms of how and what I mean. So let's take this screenshot. You can actually take a grab of this. This is the new generative AI search experience that is going to come to your device by next year. So when you actually search for when to travel to Spiti, typically what used to happen was you were getting search results, number 1, 2, 3, 4. But all of that is going to change. Now, generative AI content powered by Google is going to come to your screen, and that's actually going to dominate the entire screen presence. And it's going to be conversational. So if you see a small prompt there, it says ask a follow-up. So the behavior is actually changing from clicks to conversions and relevant content. So what it means is if you were spending a lot of money on search engine optimization, trying to hijack the Google results. You need to think whether that is going to be relevant in 2024 or not. I'm sorry if I'm using some technical terminologies here with large language models. A large language model is nothing but a chat GPT or a Bard. We will need fewer clicks. Google is moving towards a policy of 0 click, and that was an example of what you saw. So that's going to be one of the biggest impact that you'll have on your digital marketing strategy for next year. And what it means for you is you need to think very carefully where you are spending your money. Don't just spend on PPC campaigns without giving a consideration in terms of how the entire evolution shift is happening in terms of AI and beyond. So spend wisely, invest in ads strategically, and also look at the long form content. You know, you can use a bunch of AI tools to create a content beautifully. So that's a slide that I just prepared for this presentation. I like to call this as the AI marketing stack just for adventure tour operators. All of these tools come either for free, some of them are paid, some of them do have a trialware, but I think they're going to solve a lot of problems. Starting from the fact that you want to create destination videos. You can use some of these tools. For example, there's a tool called Augie. You know, it's a beautiful company based out of New York. It takes a lot of long-form content. Imagine like, you know, somebody has created a video about 10 minutes about a trekking place. It can actually break it down and use AI to create short videos about it, understanding the context. Or for that matter, you can use a tool like Gamma to create your itinerary presentations. You just give it a prompt, just like you do it in ChatGPT, and Gamma is actually going to create the presentation for you based on the prompt and the input that you've given. You can even use AI tools to write long-form content. It's another story in terms of how Google interacts with AI, but you can create long-form content, for instance, you know, 5 places that you should visit, maybe, you know, during the spring season, or 5 short escape destinations available from Delhi. That's the kind of content that you can actually create using long-form content AI tools. And then we have the AI agents. You know, these are like the Teslas of generative AI. So these are AI agents who are going to do the job for you. You ask them to create a task, they are going to execute that task for you. At the base is where you guys are right now. You're using just ChatGPT. But if you look at the other possibilities, I think these are like amazing possibilities. So definitely, you know, create that as a part of your next year's marketing strategy. I'll just quickly give you a demo of what one of these tools does. So that's actually a tool of a generative AI-based Tesla model, which is essentially picking the trip. I've been personally playing around with the tool, and I think the results are very convincing. It's a tool called HyperWrite. It's a free Chrome extension. You can definitely give it a try. And you know, I hope you're going to like the experience. And that's, again, an example. You can just use this tool to create long-form content. You want to create 500 words content. You can, instead of going to ChatGPT, these are tools specifically built for, you know, improving your SEO machinery. So you can, you know, give some of these tools a try as well. And then lastly, I talked about a video-based itinerary presentation creation tool. This is a tool called Gamma. I'm very passionate about what these guys are building. Very helpful if you want to create presentations. So I've been asked to keep it short. Once again, thank you so much to the association members for the opportunity. I'd just like to, have a closing comment. AI is not going to replace us as adventure, travel, entrepreneurs and people, but people who don't use AI are definitely going to be replaced. So if you're not using generative AI tools such as these, start using them. Thank you so much. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Daksh, for that presentation of yours, and would request Mr. Shashank Gupta, Senior ATOAI member, to kindly present the shawl to Mr. Daksh Sharma. Welcome.
ये वाला ये अभी चला नहीं है प्रेजेंटेशन खोल दो ना ये
Okay, now we once again welcome Mr. Sameer Bajaj to talk about the marketing and technology for a leaner business model. Please welcome him once again.
Hi, everyone. My apology for the mix-up earlier, but when I reflect on what Dhruv said, maybe it was a happy coincidence. Because he's built the base for what's happening in technology globally as well as in India. And I'm going to build on it because I work with Make My Trip. Right? What we try and do is, in the next 5-7 minutes, we'll try and understand how we are leveraging the insights that we gather on ground and build products, build features that will help the traveler. So it's a parallel. It's, take it as an inspiration that you can take for your own businesses. If there is one thing, one message I want to leave all of you with, that'll be embrace digital. Embrace this playground called mobile. Because this is where the world is. This is where India is playing. There are 600 smartphone users in the country. 80% of all searches that happen in the country happen on mobile today. Now, every time when a traveler comes online and he nudges, presses a button, likes a photograph, selects a destination, selects a hotel, accommodation, homestay, anything, he's telling his own story, her story. It's for us to understand that story and deliver products that will satisfy the customer. See, the landscape, Indian landscape is huge. We have spoken enough about the beauty of India since morning, so I'll not focus on that. But just think about it. There are more than 2 lakh hotels listed on Make My Trip. How do we ensure that the traveler gets to select his, an accommodation that will choose, that he wants? We are leveraging the technology that Dhruv just spoke about to build these features. So I'm going to give you a very simple non-technology use case-led explanation, and I leave it to your justice or your thinking to see how you want to embrace it for your businesses. Do understand one thing. We define ourselves as a technology company in the area of travel and tourism. Tourism, whichever stream of tourism, especially, in your case, adventure tourism, happens on ground. The real experience happens on ground, and technology cannot replace it, right? But why is technology so important then? Because over the last 20 years, there are 2 critical aspects that technology has changed, which is researching. How does a traveler research what to do, which operator to go to, which city to go to, which accommodation to live in? That, and second step, booking. The transaction is now happening online more and more. India is still a very offline market in majority of use cases, but what we are saying is a large cohort, a very large section of this India is coming online. And if you are able to get this act right, you will have a bigger funnel, a platform that 600 million Indians are playing with for the services and products that you plan to deliver. So, during COVID, this is something we worked very hard upon. Basically, building a powerful self-serve model. What do I mean by that? Almost 10% of all flight bookings in India require some kind of intervention. It could be date change, postponement, cancellation, anything. So a traveler doesn't just book once. There are multiple nodes which happens even in a simple case of a airline flight booking. How do we then look at the traveler, look at all his use cases? In this case, you want to postpone your ticket. You want to cancel your flight. You want to seek refund. You have a question on when will you get the refund. Earlier, we would have multiple, thousands of people calling our call center with all these queries. Now we have automated all of it. Everything is on your fingertip. You don't need to call us. There is still a cohort who will call us, which is fine. But my dependence on call center has come down, leading to a leaner business model. So leveraging technology to solve solution which will satisfy the customer. So, in this case, the traveler is more assured because he knows that I am owning the entire, steps. I can see my refund is coming. I can see how much is coming. Everything is visible because of technology to the traveler. So the power has been shifted from us to the traveler. More assurance, lesser cost. Happy customer, happy company. Another use case, a different use case in this case. I plan to go to Dubai in this case, and I want to stay in front of Burj Khalifa. How do I help this use case, this traveler who has this unique problem? It could be Thames in London, it could be any other destination across the world. What we have built is a map view. So a traveler can see on a map all the accommodation, see his point of attraction, and book accordingly. Again, helping the traveler find his use case, solving for his problem, leveraging technology. This is a very interesting use case for us because when an Indian travelers travel overseas, there are multiple factors which are very unique to India. So we prefer Indian foods, majority of them. We want to be close to a metro, a public transport. We want to be close to the point of attraction. So what we have built is a funnel which says Indianness hotels. So more than 2 lakh hotels across the world have this Indianness quality in them. So whenever a traveler is searching for an overseas hotel, we tell him, listen, this hotel is like my Indians because of ABC reasons. Your call. But trying to make the decision simpler for him. This is a very interesting thing. So book with no payment. So now we allow a traveler to book a hotel with no upfront payment. There is no guarantee required, no credit card, no UPI, nothing is required. You can book multiple things. Again, you have a travel 2 months from now, but you don't know whether you will travel or not. You can use BBNPL because there's no penalty here. You're not paying anything anyways. What we are saying is that 2 to 3 days before the travel date, you have to do the transaction. So the transaction is done much closer to the date of travel, and you have the assurance that the accommodation is booked. Again, a very simple use case of what an average traveler in India was seeking and what we delivered, leveraging technology, data analytics, our understanding of our inventory and how much we are selling. This is a very interesting use case of capturing the purpose of trip. And I'll just go closer here because I want you to focus on how do we identify purpose, because this could be useful to you.
What is the purpose? Are you going for a holiday, a special occasion? The moment somebody presses this button, I'm able to contextualize better. The platform is able to deliver options that the traveler is seeking much better because we know the purpose. Let's look at a next use case. We have a use case of a family with kid. So in the details, we are showing kids play area, lawn is available in this property because we know there's a kid here. Generative AI applied here. Let's look at another use case. In this case, it's a group of 4 looking for a beach stay. What kind of options we are giving him? You have bonfire. You have outdoor sports. You can select this property. Again, a case of generative AI trying to help us identify and solve the use case. Again, continuing on the same trend. Now, somebody has searched a beach resort. In this case, the result is Sink Beach Resort in Kalangot. But look at the bottom. There is Beach Paradise, there is Party Central, Backpackers Heaven. All these funnels are automatically created by generative AI. These are all collections of hotels, accommodation, close to where the traveler is searching. So he has more options to explore basis his need. I'm only looking at trying to get the right property to the right traveler. And in the process, increase transactions on my platform. Because again, the idea is to help the traveler find his answer. All the use cases I've shared till now, we used the destination as a location. In this case, we are using the location of the traveler, where he's searching from, as the base. So the traveler doesn't know where he wants to go. It's a weekend. I want to go out for 2 days. Nice, not a destination, but maybe a property nearby. So the moment you go on this quick getaways, we will take your location as a base and 300 kilometers vicinity. Within 300 kilometer vicinities, we will give you options, the best properties that we see on the platform. So you may not have an answer, or you may not know where you want to go. We will help you find where you can go and enjoy yourself. Something I've actually spoken a lot about, especially when we engage with the ministry, because this goes directly with the vision of Swadesh Bharat, Dekho Apna Desh, trying to ensure that more travelers get to see the deeper aspect of India. What we have done is identified 11 hotspots around the country. Now, look at the screen. The user in this case has typed Shimla. He's searching for a hotel in Shimla or Shimla region. We assume it is Shimla region because the decision lies with the traveler, not with us. So what we'll try and do on the platform is, the hotspot is Shimla, but there are smaller locations around Shimla, whether it is Kufri, Mashobra, Solan, Chel, and more. There are 11 such hotspots we have identified across the country where the traveler can choose accommodations from. And therefore, he's able to maybe explore areas that he wasn't aware of. What we have seen is that in the smaller towns, the spokes, as we call it, we have seen an increased traction, an increased booking base going to these kind of regions as well. Very classic case of generative AI, trying to summarize, in this case, reviews. We have a large inventory of reviews. A traveler might not have time to go through all the reviews. Can I use generative AI to summarize it for him? Can I give, in this case, traveler impressions? Basically what it means is generative AI is telling you that this use case, in this case, the travelers have rated this accommodation for delicious food, mind-blowing service, near to airport. There is singular AI-generated review as well for you. And then, of course, if the traveler wants, all the reviews are also available. Again, use of data analytics here. You can hold the international flight for a few hours. No booking to be done, but we'll hold it for a few hours. You can buy free date change if in case you're not sure. So new products emerging because we see this need of a traveler not sure, and therefore can I offer him something extra to give him that power that he can actually change his date without any cancellation fee. You can even lock your flight prices. A very unique case. So you want to travel overseas. A traveler wants to travel overseas and he wants the cheapest flight available from Delhi to London. He doesn't mind number of hours. So what we have is an internal software where we try and interlink all the international flights. In this case, the cheapest flights to Heathrow from Delhi is coming at 26,000. It's via Bombay, 15 hours. But that's a use case. The traveler is keen to get a most economical flight, and it's our duty to give him what he wants. The decision lies with the traveler. I think broadly what I'm trying to say through this presentation and these use cases is, in your area, in your business, what is the trend that you see emerging? How can you leverage this new technology that is clearly emerging and is easily available today to ensure that you are answering all the needs of the traveler online? The real experience happens on ground. That will always be the case in tourism. Technology can only aid the first two parts. The third part will always remain an experience. Again, within 24 hours, you want to cancel your flight, everything is easily visible to the traveler on the funnel. I think I've been told to keep the presentation fairly light, so I'll not speak much, but thank you, and I wish you all of you all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation, and would request Mr. Milind Bhide, Chapter Chair West and Central, ATOAI, to kindly hand over the shawl to sir. Thank you so much, sir. We have with us Ms. Ishita Khanna. She's going to talk about changing trends, need of the hour. The travel industry is going through an upheaval. Disruptive technologies and changing trends promise to have a major impact on your business in the mid to long term. How can you prepare yourself? So she's right over here to talk about it. Please help me welcome Ms. Ishita Khanna.
Not now. कहाँ से आएगा? It's not on the screen. Hi everyone, I'm Ishita. It's the last session and I'm sure you're all tired by now. So I've been told to keep it short. I'll try and do that. I'm founder and director of an organization called Ecosphere. We work, we're a responsible travel company founded on the principles of a social enterprise. And we work in Spiti Valley, Himachal Pradesh since the year 2002, forever. And we work on creating synergies between responsible travel and sustainable development. I'll just go a little bit about what we do. We offer various trips and programs in the region, from jeep safaris to bike trips, to also more curated as well as special interest programs, wildlife expeditions. They run both as curated personalized trips as well as fixed departures. We also work in the sphere of impact travel, where we work on trying to link travelers who want to really come to Spiti, volunteer, make a difference. So that in a nutshell is what we do. Talking about the trends, I think we've spoken a lot about technology in the past two presentations, and I'm no real expert on that, but I think Daksh has already lent really good insights into that. And also Mr. Sameer talked about it. But I think what as a travel operator, technology is there. It's really helped the small businesses like ours to come onto the forefront. We can now reach out to customers directly through social media as well as being online. But the point is there zillions of us out there. You know, it's a highly, tourism is perhaps one of the most competitive industries. And so how do you differentiate yourself from all the rest? You're all vying for the same traveler who's coming to a particular destination. So how do you stand out? What's your value proposition? And that is where I get to my next point, which, again, we've talked a lot about this, in this seminar, and I'm so glad that now sustainable travel is on the agenda of the government, as well as, the state governments, as well as the associations. We've been doing this and talking about it for many years now. And there's a lot of, like Soiti tried to explain to you, to go beyond the jargon. If you put it very simply, it's just about minimizing your impacts and maximizing the gains that you make for the local area. And of course, the traveler is at the center of all of this, right? We've talked about reducing our carbon footprint, about the waste, et cetera, but we also need to be slightly mindful about the negative impacts that we have on the culture of a destination, right? Being sensitive about that as well and I found in my experience with travelers, they don't necessarily come come naturally culturally sensitive. We need to give them like a set of do's and don'ts, ki ye mat karo, wo karo, and then we've noticed that, they're more than happy to be culturally sensitive about the place, about the customs, etc. Maximizing gains, the obvious is obviously, livelihood generation for the local communities. But now more and more the government, as well as the UNWTO, is talking about SDGs, which are called the Sustainable Development Goals, and how every industry and every business has to have this linked up to their, programs and company policies and what they do on the field. Put that simply, I can give you an example of what we do. You go to a destination, you understand, you work in very remote and beautiful areas. There are issues, there are problems out there. For instance, for us in Spiti, we figured that, a lot of the local vegetables don't grow in the area. So how can we, help communities to have better access to nutrition and food? So we built greenhouses. How can communities have, climate change is a big issue now in the Himalayas, and a lot of us work in those areas. There is a problem of access to water. How can we create, better access to water for local communities? So we did, we set up solar water pumps in the area. We've done groundwater recharge so that we can recharge the springs. We've set up an artificial glacier. So, so things like that, So like somebody said yesterday, it was very meaningful, and he gave that suggestion. If every travel company can take up one purpose that you go, or one purpose, so just see in every destination that you're working in, what is lacking there. And this actually works in our benefit. Let me tell you that from experience. And why? Because number one, you get real good ground support then from the local community, because you're actually making a difference in their area. Secondly, the client that's coming and seeing visibly what you're doing goes back as your brand ambassador. He becomes your best salesperson, because he goes back and tells them that these guys are genuinely doing something, travel with them. So that's how you can actually differentiate yourself, follow. Also, this is the trend. This is what travelers are looking for now. With more and more we talk about sustainability, that's what travelers are looking for. That's how you can, separate yourself through all these AI tools. People will look for you. People will look for what they, your value proposition or your purpose, The emotional connect is what people go for. They don't go for, they might go for, you're providing me these services, but what will differentiate from the other person that's already providing you that service is because you have a purpose, there's an emotional connect with that customer. The other thing the other thing which is like really high on most customers, and it's also a trend which most people are now looking for, is something which is deep and meaningful, something that they go back with. I interact with a lot of travelers, some of our travelers that come to Spiti, and everyone's going to go to that highest post office and send a postcard back home. Everyone's going to go to the highest village, highest bridge, take a selfie outside Key Monastery, blah, blah. But what they're going to remember is that connect that they had in a homestay. Like these three girls had this connect with this lady in their homestay making momos. That is the highlight for them. That's what's going to be the highlight for a lot of travelers, looking for that experience, looking for that emotional connect. We've done this. I can share some experiences and things what we've done. We've created little nuggets of experiences for travelers so that they can sign up for that, even part of their regular trips. And this invariably also helps a lot in preserving cultural art forms and systems in the area. Like you can learn the local pottery, you can spin yak rope. This also helps them to take pride in their traditional arts and crafts and helps conserving them. The other thing which I found, at least, is the space of impact travel, which really, really creates connections for a lifetime. I've We have a few programs, like I mentioned, Greening the Desert, where people come and build greenhouses, where they stay for about a week in Spiti with the local family, for which they're going to build a greenhouse, which is going to change their life forever. It changes the life of the community as well as the life for the traveler, because you develop relationships for life. We have another program called Life is a Local, and we had a lady who came in from Bombay this year. And it's literally that. You literally live life as a local. And she came back. She was crying on the last day of her trip, and she said, Ishita, I've learned two things, happiness and generosity. And she said, I've learned that happiness does not come from buying things. It's a state within, and generosity. You don't have to be rich to be generous. You have to have a generous heart. She went back and she sent back like carton loads of stuff for everybody that she had visited, had stayed with. So, I mean, she's going to become my biggest brand ambassador, my biggest salesperson, because she's going to say, this changed my life. And a lot of people are looking for that, and they're looking for this kind of like an emotional bond. So I would suggest if you can give that to your customers, you will have very happy customers and people coming back to you and more people coming back to you. This is something, again, which is on, another trend that people are very keen on fitness, and I think the adventure sector has benefit here because we are all doing adventure-related, fitness-related stuff, so I think this is great for us. This works well for us. And I'd just like to end with like a short story. In the travel sector, you have to be storytellers, right? So I'd just like to end with a short story about a bull and a pheasant, and the bull and the pheasant were like really good friends. And they would go for like long walks into the farms and the forests, and it was an old pheasant, so he used to ride on the back of a bull, and he tells the bull that, when I was young, I could fly high, So the bull says, hey, listen, why don't you try some of my dung? I've heard it's really nutritious. Have a bit of it every day, and you might be able to fly high onto that tallest branch that you want to. So it says the pheasant is like, yeah, okay, let me give it a shot. Not very exciting, but let me give it a shot. So every day, sure enough, religiously, he eats a little bit of dung. And after a few days, he's flying high, and he's screaming out, I've reached the topmost branch, I'm flying high. Just about then, there's a hunter that's there with a gun, and he shoots him down. So on that note, on moral of the story, a little bit of bullshit can get you places, but it might not let you stay there for too long. And on that note, I'd just like to, let's all fly high, not on bullshit, but on the wings of responsible and sustainable travel, people. And yeah, I'd just like to, and I was really moved by Purna's, presentation and what she said about her 10 commandments. I will give back what I have borrowed. So let us give back what we have borrowed, and it is our responsibility because this is the very foundation of our businesses, So I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ishita, for that super presentation, and would request Arshdeep to hand over the shawl to her. Ladies and gentlemen, a small announcement. At 7 sharp, we'll have the coaches, the transportation logistics ready for you. Here, the Narmada Aarti is being organized, so we are requested to take part in that. And those senior officials and everyone who has their own car, they can travel by that. And otherwise, the coaches are there for you. So please join us for the Narmada Aarti today evening. Thank you. Moving on to the next in the agenda, we have the FAM Tour. Yes, to talk about it, I would now request Mr. Milind Bhire and Shashank Gupta from ATOAI to kindly come over and talk about it. Welcome, gentlemen. Yeah, it's ready, sir. Yeah. You just give a glimpse and then give a cue. There's Shashank. Shashank is not seen yet.
Shashank, you're there somewhere? So first and foremost, I would like to kind of express my thanks to Gujarat Tourism for hosting us on this FAM trip, and of course hosting this event also. I was on the Saurashtra FAM trip, whereas my colleague Shashank was on the North Gujarat FAM trip. I would like to just say very quickly maybe two things. One thing is whatever we saw here, especially in the city of Ahmedabad also, we went to the waterfront and we did the cruise. Then, of course, Statue of Unity and the facilities out here. I would say that these two things that we saw were absolutely impressive and to the international standards. It is such a pleasant thing to see it in our own country. Some facilities that we always say, wow, it is in Europe, it is here, but something absolutely international standard which has been set up here. I think this is a great example to take it further. As far as the adventure trip was concerned and the adventure opportunities are concerned, I guess Gujarat is blessed by almost many of the natural features. They have a mountain range, you have a desert. People go all the way to Bolivia to see salt flatlands. We have it here in the back doors, so we can always come here. Of course, the forests of Gir and a huge coastline. Because of the time was not there, we couldn't do much of the water-based activities, but I think there is great potential to do all that. Shashank?
जैसे कि नॉर्थ गुजरात में तो वर्ल्ड फेमस मॉन्यूमेंट्स तो थे ही उसमें, लेकिन एक चीज़ जो हिडन ट्रेजर जो गुजरात के थे जो हमें मालूम भी नहीं थे, सिर्फ सुना था जैसे वाडनगर, लेकिन ये नहीं मालूम था कि वो भी इतना हिस्टोरिक टाउन है। वो देख के बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। और दूसरा नाडा बेट, जहाँ बहुत ही पेट्रियाटिक फीलिंग आई, बहुत ही मतलब एक्साइटिंग प्लेस थी। और उसके अलावा गुजरात टूरिज़म ने हमें वो भी दिखाया कि धारवाड़ डैम और कौन सा था एक और धरोई डैम, वहाँ पे इसी तरह का जैसे ये प्रोजेक्ट यहाँ पे बना है उसी तरह का वहाँ पे डेवलप कर रहे हैं, एडवेंचर पार्क टाइप, और मतलब रहने का होगा टेंट सिटी, और बहुत ही बढ़िया मतलब लोकेशन बहुत ही अच्छी है। तो मतलब काफ़ी चीज़ें हमें इस ट्रिप में देखने को मिली। पाटन और ये तो थे ही, मोदेरा और रैन ऑफ कच्छ, लिटिल रैन ऑफ कच्छ, लेकिन इनके अलावा ये जो डेवलप कर रहे हैं नई जगह वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग थी।
One small thing I would like to add all further to that, because we also visited Junagadh Fort, and I guess it was closed for a few years or maybe a year or two, and the way it has been rehabbed, I would say, it is absolutely great. It is very pleasantly done. The way they have put thought behind it, it is absolutely impressive and absolutely a stunning job, I would say. Once again, a great job by Gujarat Tourism Department, and thank you once again to them for the fabulous fam trip. And thanks to my group also, which was an extremely good group and very positive all the time. Yeah, patient, positive, everything. And we'll quickly go through the glimpse of the fam trips, and that is it. So thank you so much. I would just request that I'm going to come back again, and you all should come back and visit Gujarat once again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Milind and Shashank, for those words of appreciation. We are truly obliged, and we will also wish to welcome you once again with open arms and warm hearts. I would now call upon Ajit Bajaj, the President of ATOAI, to give away the thank you note. Welcome, sir.
Sure. Good evening. In the interest of time, I'm going to make this super, super quick. Okay. We are going to begin by giving 2 awards that did not happen this morning. I'm delighted. Why don't you go ahead?
Sure. The first will go to Uttarakhand for the Best Adventure State, and I would like to welcome on stage Shri Sachin Kurve, Secretary, Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board.
I'm going to request Mr. Rakesh Verma, our additional secretary, to please come up on the stage. But we are also going to request our former Secretary Tourism, who's been like a father figure for adventure tourism, to also please come up on the stage. Captain Kumar, sir, may I please request you, he's our founder president, to also come up on the stage. Can I request our office bearers also from ATOI to come up on the stage, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So a big round of applause for Uttarakhand being the Best Adventure State. We wish them good luck and congratulate them as well. And we would now call another state as a friend of adventure, Punjab, and to receive the award will call upon stage Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari, the Principal Secretary. Welcome, madam, and congratulations. Can we have the team from Punjab? Many, many congratulations and good wishes. Thank you. And we'll request Ajit to take over now. Thank you.
I know we are running out of time. So in the interest of time, I'm going to just request our office bearers, executive committee, and the admin team to literally, in the adventure style, jog up onto the stage, folks. So while my colleague Vaibhav and convention chair is going to do a formal note of thanks, I just want to thank the team, the dream team from Gujarat Tourism, Mr. Harit Shukla, Dr. Saurabh Pardi, Khyati ji. It's been a delight working with all of you. Can't thank you enough. Whether it was the midnight calls or whatever it was, it's been a delight. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I must admit, I came here to the Run of Kutch during the G20 summit, went to Dholavira as well, and fell in love with the state, the people. And you just heard what our fam trips had to say as well. I think the Statue of Unity as well, this whole area has come up as an iconic destination. I'd also like to thank all my colleagues, the ATOAI team, all the convention team as well, and the admin team. Can all of you please come up on the stage? Neerat, I don't see you. Sejal ji, please, Dharya. Shoiti, where are you? Paras, Jaideep. Paras and Jaideep, thank you for making, and Shoiti, for making this a carbon neutral event. Thank you so much. While we wait for all of them, I'd just like to urge all my fellow adventure operators that, folks, when this is over and we go back, we have to renew our pledge to be the very best in our fields, not just in the country, but in the world. And we have to do it in the African spirit of Ubuntu. We have to work together, and we have to achieve great heights together. And remember, once again, that our offices are the wild areas of this beautiful country we love, our India. And we have to once again renew our pledge to be honorary wardens for our great outdoors, to do whatever we can to preserve our wilderness areas and to ensure that the adventure tourism ranking of our country becomes amongst the best 10 in the next 10 years. Thank you so much, and I'm going to request Vaibhav to give a formal note of thanks. Vaibhav, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends from various states, ministries, your excellencies. Thank you for letting the last 48 hours be extremely productive. I have a request, if we can have our team from Gujarat come up as well. Without you, this would not have happened. Shri Harit Shukla ji, Dr. Pardi, Khyati ji, if you and your team would allow us this liberty to call you up, we'd be grateful. So yes, none of this would have been possible without If there's anyone from Gujarat Tourism, maybe request you to come up to the dais. Anyone from the working committee at ATOAI, Arvind, if you're around. So yes, we wanted to express our deepest gratitude. None of this happens without intent, and none of these efforts happen without clear intent, and Gujarat really showed us their intent to embark on a journey where adventure tourism is given its rightful due with the sort of resources the state has. And as our members experienced in their FAM tours, they have everything, and it's only a matter of time before Gujarat becomes a strong contender for Uttarakhand's award this evening. So to the other delegates, please don't leave. We have a very productive session by the ministry, and there are some exciting events about to unfurl, so please don't go away. We would like to thank the government of Gujarat, the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, the Honorable Tourism Minister, Shri Mulu Bhai Bera, our MLA from Desa, Secretary Shri Harit Shukla ji, the MD of Gujarat Tourism, Dr. Saurabh Pardhi, the entire team at the Tourism Corporation of Gujarat Limited, the Honorable Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Pema Khandu. They showed real intent as well. The entire team was here and is here. The Deputy Chief of the Indian Army, Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor. Everyone from the Ministry of Tourism, Shri Anil Oraji, Venkat sir, thank you for your continuing support. It has never wavered. Our sponsors, Arunachal Pradesh Tourism, for coming in and announcing the 2024 annual ATOAI convention in Arunachal. Punjab Tourism, thank you for coming. Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand Tourism, Air India and Indigo for offering us quick discounted passage. Adventure Sports Cover 360 Pratik, thank you for that lovely insight. Allied Safety Equipment, Petzl Prashant, I know you're here. We express our gratitude. Empyrean Skyview Projects, all our delegates and exhibitors, our speakers who traveled a fair distance to be with us over this weekend. Outlook, who backed us to the hilt. Thank you, Shweti and Indranil, for supporting this cause for responsible and sustainable tourism. All our media partners, thank you so much for being here and letting word out on what's going on in Gujarat and what will be. To all the organizers, our amazing team at ATOAI that held this together, and including Shyamal Thakkarji, Sejal Thakkarji, and the entire team, Deepika, Sonam, everybody. I might be missing out names. Vidur and team, which has backed the social media effort, the coverage, did a great job with sorting the AV out. Thank you so much. The entire team at Praveg, they really rose to the occasion. They tried to understand what we were trying to do for India's first carbon neutral adventure conference, and they really delivered. If you see the board inside the dining area, we've got amounts of wasted food. So let's try over dinner to make that figure 0. Yeah, let's all do that as a team, and we'd love to close with that. Ashish Roy, Sanjay Roth, you have been mega stars. Thank you so much. And Dhwani for really shouldering the burden of this conference. So with that, I would like to hand over the sessions back to the Ministry of Tourism. Sir, have a wonderful, wonderful day and a half. I would like to mention on closing that we have handed over our key deliverables to Gujarat yesterday to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, a roadmap and a toolkit. And we would be happy to share it with other states, and ATOI will be very happy to help other states in doing the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Weber, for those beautiful words of thank you. And we highly appreciate all your efforts